Hey, it's Lux, and I'm hanging outside the Flamingo Bowl on Washington Avenue. My sources tell me that the guys in Story of the Year are inside doing a little bowling. If my calculations are correct, it's been about 10 years since Page Avenue made its debut. So I think I'll go inside and challenge the guys to 10 frames to celebrate 10 years. We'll see who comes out on top. Hey, Patrico, did you hear Story of the Year is here bowling?
Yeah, and that's the reason I'm here. Let's do this.
Very official. We're gonna rock, paper, scissors to see who goes first. It's Patrico and myself versus you fools.
Against the real good-looking dudes.
That's what he says. All right. 1, 2, 3.
2 out of 3?
All right, yeah.
No way. What? We won.
Oh.
Doesn't matter anyway. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter anyway.
Aw, boo. All right, Story of the Year goes first.
Frame 1. Moon vs. Lux. Swagger walk. Frame 2. Adam the Skull vs. Patrico. Switch hitters.
He's doing left-handed. It's left-handed.
I still recall every summer night.
Frame 3. Lux and Patrico vs. Josh. Dizzy Bowl.
That's awful. That was the worst idea I've ever come up with.
Frame 4. Moon vs. Lux. Blind Man's Bowl.
So on the next round, we're going to do scuba mask, blindfold, bowling.
Frame 5. Dan vs. Patrico. Chugging.
Oh my god.
Yay! What's up, Bear? What's up, Bear?
What are you doing?
Whoa, oh my god.
Frame 6. Patrico vs. Ryan. Belly shot put.
Oh, it's in there!
Oh, I got chills. Hold on. I got chills. Okay.
Do you still remember back when the days were longer, dreams were bigger than the weight of the...
Frame 7. Patrico and Lux vs. Moon and Adam the Skull. Piggyback. Frame 8. Ryan vs. Lux. Ball sack challenge. 9. Josh vs. Patrico, the Spartan.
This is called the Spartan.
Frame 10. Team Point vs. Story of the Year, Human Centipede.
Congratulations to The Point. They cheated. Patrico and Lux, they cheated for beating us at
morning, everybody.
What's up? Hey.
Friday, and we got a long weekend coming up. Guys, why don't you take Monday off?
Yes.
Cool, man.
Told you he would
Take
say it was
Monday
cool,
off.
man.
Yeah.
Nobody show up. I'm not going to be here. Good morning. My name is Riz. That there is Patrico.
Good morning, Fatso.
What's crapping?
Jeff Burton's back.
Hey, happy Friday,
buddy.
sir.
Niner's here.
What's up?
Hey, Niner.
Nine.
And the artist formerly known as Six is here. Casey's here.
Hello.
Moon is still out on assignment.
He's just out for, what, another month and a half? Is that right?
Do we know where he's at today?
He's got colic.
Colic. Yeah, that's right.
Like, do we know his
I think
schedule?
he's in England. I think he's in England for most of the shows.
Monday, I think he's in,
then
England,
going to Italy for one.
Monday and Tuesday, I believe he's in South County. They come back for a couple of shows in South
playing
County.
Festus.
Right.
Ah,
And then
what's
they
he
go
do-
back over.
Why'd he take off today? They ain't playing today. He could have flown
He
back.
could come back for the show.
They're off today.
4 hours. How was the lock-in, Jeff?
Oh, it was lock-in-y. It was so lock-in-y. It was fantastic.
We talked about that a little bit yesterday.
Oh, you did?
Well, people were wondering where you were.
Oh, stop it. It was really cool. It was funny that I took the day off, but I actually had to get up earlier than I normally do, which is crazy because I had to be there at 2:30. And it was great, man. It was I pulled in and it was a whole bunch of cop cars there waiting. I was like,
Uh-oh, they know.
Uh-oh. I got past that, which was good. Sprayed myself down with Febreze. Got past that, and they had me do a little.
That's our jerf.
Hey, welcome to everybody. And I told the story about, getting into 3 fights and getting kicked out after being there for a semester. And I'm not sure how much they appreciated that. But it was cool, man. I got pictures with a lot of people that are big fans of the show.
So what school was this for?
Eureka.
Okay.
Yeah, where Abby just graduated from
Okay.
there. Yeah.
Yeah, somebody asked me yesterday,
How they could allow Jeff to having to do
I was
with
under
high
an
school.
assumed name.
was
I
under
used
the impression
Ron.
he was-
I used Ron Mexico.
Yes.
That's who I was
Yeah.
introduced
Of course,
as.
yes.
Yeah, they asked me yesterday. They said, so Jeff was at the Eureka Luckin doing what? Like,
Just
so you were
kind of hosting the helping
kicking
host
it.
the evening. Just kicking it. Getting my honorary
No,
diploma.
it's like a 21 Jump Street kind of thing.
Right,
You know,
yeah.
he's pretending to be a high school
He
student.
walks in with a Eureka basketball jersey and he goes, "What's up, guys?"
I just transferred in from city school. I just came in. Parents moved.
He's like,
He
"This
was.
is radical, dudes."
You sneak a flask in.
No, I got drunk in the parking lot first, like everybody else. Come on. No, that's the whole thing here is that you can't go out and get drunk, and this is a safe haven. It's apparently very popular. I never in a million years would have thought about doing it when I was graduating, but guys, they had 480 something kids graduate.
Wow.
Graduate, and there was probably half that there. It was fantastic.
Well, I think Tony was saying that there are some schools that actually require after graduation for kids to go.
Yeah, that's how CBC was.
I don't know how you can require if you've graduated, you no longer go to school.
Because they don't
there.
hand you your diploma, until after, right?
What?
Private
Oh, really? Oh, at private they do
private
that?
Catholic high school. Well, with mine, you walked through, you got your diploma and everything, and you were good to go. But you had to sign up, and you had to register and do all that stuff for the senior lock-in, which is the night of graduation.
Right.
So Saturday night or Saturday afternoon you graduated. They gave you your diploma and everything, but you didn't technically graduate until you left the lock-in Sunday morning. And it was all to again prevent you from going out and getting drunk and everything. And 100%.
You know what it is? Prolonging the inevitable.
That's
And
right.
unless-
Going to college in a couple months.
And unless you had an excused absence, like, you were going out of town directly afterwards, whatever, I believe my class had 100% participation.
Really?
Yeah.
Dude, it, especially if you're not a partier, it's a great place to go because, they were giving away like 50-inch flat screen TVs
That's what ours
and
was.
like dorm refrigerators and
So what do these kids
touch
do?
screen.
What do these kids do all night?
They had like bounce houses and games to play. They had a casino night.
Mm-hmm.
They had a hypnotist that did like an hour and a half. Was unbelievable.
Yeah,
Unbelievable.
This sounds exactly like my lock-in. It was, I can't remember where ours was. It was some like, sports complex where you had your indoor soccer, and I just remember that's what we were
And it goes
playing.
all night?
Yeah, it was. They had to be there by. I could be wrong, but I think they had to be there by 11:15, and if you left, you couldn't come back. So that sort of thing.
Yeah,
or they
that's
could
how-
be there by 11:15, but by midnight they shut it down. Everybody had. It's very official. Even name tags, so you can just go, in and out of the place, that sort of thing.
Ours, I believe, if I remember, ours was like from 10 to 6 or 10 to 7, something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, that's exactly how it was. They had the hypnotist. They had a guy come in and play like acoustic music, and they had a couple of the guys that were in.
Yeah, a couple years ago when I did this, they had a band there, and it was in a basketball gym, and they had a PA, one speaker that just didn't. It wasn't a good representation of the guy's talent. So this Josh guy's been doing the hypnotist thing. I mean, he had two dudes convinced.
Make out?
Almost. One of them it was two dudes, and one of them he said, okay, when I snap my fingers or whatever, you're going to be 8.5 months pregnant, and your baby is 37.5 pounds.
This is this same guy was at mine,
and somebody
routine,
else,
huh?
another dude was the father, and I mean, as soon as he snapped his fingers, this guy was in pain.
Is it the Amazing Josh?
It is the Amazing Josh. Yes.
Hey, is this?
I think he used to do CBC's lock-in.
Did he also do the thing where he hypnotized you and you became your favorite artist and you had to perform?
Did he do the thing where he steals your time?
Did he do the thing where
Mr. No Fun over here. Here we
Did he
are.
do the thing where he said, I wish I had that hour back of my life? Yeah. No, it was great. It was like he had like 12 kids, and it was like, okay, now it's hot. It's 80 degrees, and they were kind of like, and now it's 90 degrees. Now it's 100 degrees, and and then it was the exact opposite. You're cold. Then it was, oh my God, you're naked in front of everybody. It was crazy. If you believe, and these people were out cold.
Same
and
guy?
Gone.
Same guy, yeah. And I'll go ahead and I'll give you a little inside scoop here.
Go ahead.
I was one of the kids that got hypnotized.
How was that?
No.
I've always wanted to be hypnotized for real.
Guess what? I didn't get hypnotized. I just played along.
No.
There was
No.
a couple of kids that did that, and
No.
he picked him out. And he was like,
Magic
go
is
sit down.
real.
Go sit down.
Oh no, he
Magic is
didn't.
real.
I guess I was a great actor because I lasted the whole time.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Abby said there was one kid that was faking it the whole time, but I mean,
will
it was great.
not participate in the dark arts.
Yeah, no,
You know that.
The funny thing is what he does is he hypnotizes you, and then 10 years later, when he runs into you after graduation, he goes, Azalakazam, and you just give him money. You just start giving him money.
You were acting, huh?
Oh my God, dude. Yeah. And I know for a fact that there was a couple other dudes up there that were acting.
You calling
Like,
Josh out? You saying Josh can't hypnotize people, man?
AJ can't do it. Amazing Josh. I'm just saying. Listen, maybe it did work on some of the kids, but I thought it was more fun, like hilarious than anything.
All right, well. Glad you're back, Jeff.
Me
and not
too,
arrested.
man. I hate not being here. Hate it.
Well, you missed the Craigslist Freak of the Week yesterday.
Oh, I got a text or two from people saying, I can't believe this one. I can't believe that one.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Well, you want a little recap?
Yeah, I would like
Just for
one.
Jeff.
All right,
Just
everybody else,
for
close
Jeff.
your ears.
Well, I'll play you the two ads. I'll play you the winner, and I'll play you the one that
Pertains to him.
pertains to him.
Oh, good.
Well, we named one Jeff Hurton, but I'm not going to play you that one.
That's cute.
It is cute, isn't
I like
it?
that.
All right, so it's not one of the ones that I actually submitted to Craigslist.
No.
Okay, good.
No, this one has to do with somebody on a motorcycle, which is right up your alley.
Yeah.
This was Sleazy Rider.
Let me be your passenger. Man for Man, 41, Wentzville. I love riding motorcycles, but unfortunately for me, my driving history doesn't allow me to get a license. So I need your help, Craigslist. I love it so much that I can't help myself from crossing the finish line every time I ride.
Boy.
I don't know if it's the freedom or if it's the actual rumble of the bike that gets me going. It happens every time. I want to be completely upfront and honest with you. I am a registered sex offender and can go into details about what I did when we meet up. I'll say now, the bitch set me up. All I'm asking is that I can ride on the back of your bike until I complete my task at hand. I won't take long. You'll never know it. I'll be on the back of the bike, and to the untrained eye, I'll be wearing typical leather biker wear. Again, there is something about leather against my privates that makes me hornier than a billy goat. Trust me, it's going to be a short ride. I promise. I'm not interested in you. It's all about the bike. I'll tap you on the shoulder to let you know I'm good, and you just drop me off at home. Looking to set up regular meetings. No weirdos or gang members. I can travel if need be. Pick for pick. Let's set this up soon.
Right up your alley.
Yeah, that is great. Did you get a contact number on them or?
He best be wearing 2 pairs of pants, I
Yeah.
said yesterday, because...
Yeah. Are billy goats generally really super horny?
Yeah.
or-
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know
You
that.
didn't know
I had no idea. I grew up on a farm, too. I didn't know that.
Dude, they
Just
go at it all the
Going
time.
after it.
All right, here was yesterday's winner. Moving on to the next round of the Freak of the Year playoffs. Sonny and Cher.
I want my stepmom, rants and raves, 26-year-old Fenton. I want to start by saying, please do not send me any emails explaining why what I am wanting to do is wrong. I already know that. I just want to know if I'm the only one out there. My father recently remarried after my mom's passed away a couple of years ago. I am very much attracted to my new stepmom. My urges are uncontrollable, and I feel the only way to satisfy them is by actually going through with it. So, my question to you is this. Has anyone slept with their stepmom before? How do you approach the subject? Did you just present yourself and then see what happens? Did you accidentally let her catch you joeing? Did you sneak into the bathroom during one of her showers? I am looking to do this sooner than later. I need to have her. There is no getting around it. I will admit I have peeped in on her and my pop getting it on, and I liked it. I've also stolen some of her panties. My dad is always away on business a lot, so setting this up should be easy. I just want to have a plan going into it. I wish I could dress up like my dad and sneak into bed with her. If you saw her, you wouldn't blame me. Let me know your thoughts. Hopefully, I can set up an ongoing thing, and if you are interested, I can introduce you into the mix.
Oh, my
Please,
God.
no hates, no emails about how disgusting I am. I just want to get this done. Thanks.
Wow.
That was the winner.
That's
What,
a winner,
60,
huh?
60 some odd % of the vote?
63.
I think it's really the end part that pushes it over the top. Like, we can work you into the mix if
my
you're
God.
interested.
No,
Yeah, because it wasn't weird up to that point.
Nah, to me it was I watched my stepmom and pops get it on.
Yeah.
To me,
Yeah.
it
I've
was I
stolen
want
her
to dress
panties.
up as my dad.
It was the stolen panties thing, I think, that
Yeah.
really,
Yeah.
really sealed the deal for me. So that was Sonny and Cher,
Cher.
Share.
That's a
Get it?
fantastic. I see that one winning
Get it?
for sure. Yeah.
Very clever.
Very, very clever.
Very clever. So there you go.
Wow.
Are y'all caught up here, Jeff?
Yeah, I think so. I've had 2 stepmoms, and God love them both. Nope. No thanks.
You're still in contact with one.
Yes,
aren't you?
Chainsaw Sue. Yes, that's my dad's last wife, Chainsaw Sue. God love her. She's working at a chainsaw factory.
Shout out to Chainsaw Sue.
Yep, good woman.
She used to work at a chainsaw factory?
Sure did.
Seriously.
Sure did. Yeah, I
I
inquired
didn't know there
about
was
that.
a chainsaw factory.
I didn't either. I was just glad
In
that's
town.
the reason why she has that nickname. It's good to be back, man.
You were at a softball last night?
Oh, yeah. I had some late games last night. Yeah. It's a good time, man.
Feeling
It's,
chipper?
I know,
It
I
was a
feel
nice
good.
night. It was a nice night for
was a
some
gord-
softball.
it was a
How many
gorgeous
nights
night.
a week are you playing? Is it just 2 now?
It's 3, but
3 nights.
But two,
Unbelievable.
but 2.
One for
yeah.
each child that you're going to have
But
eventually.
it's 2. I mean, I pick and choose one of the nights I skip every week. But
That's cool.
hey, an interesting.
Great teammate.
What do you want me to do, man?
Way to commit.
I didn't commit to one of the leagues. I said I'm a sub. You jerk. Okay, but hey, good thing you brought that up. Standing on first base last night, one of the guys on the other team goes, "Hey, man, I got a question for you." So what's up? He goes, "Is Riz really a dick?"
oh, look at the evidence. Obviously not.
At the time,
And you said?
at the time, I said no, but I wish I could go back in the DeLorean and have another conversation with him. No, I said no, man. I go no, and he goes, "Come on, man. Does he just play one on the radio?" I go, "No, I don't think he plays one on the radio either. Riz just likes what he likes, man. Like that's how I put it. Riz likes what he likes."
Not a dick. I just like to bust balls.
That's exactly what this show does.
Now,
And you guys
okay.
give it back.
Listen. I do not think, and I've never thought that you are a dick. However, you have to be able to step back and see why some people would think that. I mean,
they
you,
only knew.
you have to, though. I mean, listen, and that's why, I'm generally a very happy person and I'm easygoing, but a lot of people think
know
that
what?
I'm a crybaby bitch at times.
9 was late yesterday. I thought he was dead. Casey, I didn't know where she was before she came in. I thought she was carjacked.
Yeah, you were looking in my trunk.
Uh-huh. You see, I have a heart.
You do.
Bought me Red Hot Riplets my second day here because he was just throwing away money.
Generous.
Yep.
Generous, kind.
Again, let me stress on saying that I do not
Let's say
believe
more
that
nice
you
things
are.
about me, okay?
That I do not believe that you are. I never have thought that. However,
Handsome.
You have great nails.
Great
skin.
Nails are always
Yeah.
very
I
well.
have very nice nail beds.
Do you manicure at all? Like the nails?
Do I manicure my nails?
Yeah. Have you ever had a manicure, pedicure
I've
kind
I've had one in the past, yes.
of thing? Okay. I've often wondered.
that's
Not on the regular.
Not on the regular. Okay.
It was a little fruity for me, honestly.
Yeah.
that brings
Same
up
way.
a
And
really
I can't
good
have
question
people
I have
touch
for
my
you.
feet. I could do mani, but I couldn't do pedi.
Okay,
no way.
so here's the thing. So one of the promotions guys, Garrett, he's in a band that actually played at Point Fest earlier in the month, and he
Oh, he was in.
It's a Breaking Benjamin.
Breaking Benjamin.
no, he's in a band called Discrepancies. But so at Point Fest, obviously him working there, he's walking around a lot. Him playing in the show, he's jumping around all kinds of stuff. And he said his girlfriend got him a pedicure that Monday. Okay.
For his patoots.
To which I was like, no, thank you. And he goes, have you ever had one? I said, no. And he goes, dude, I'm telling you, it's a life changer. You have to have one. And I said, feet, A, gross me out, and B, I'm self-admitted my feet are disgusting. Like, I don't want anybody near my feet. No, thank you. He swears up and down by it. I had mentioned something to my wife about it, and now she is hammering it on me that we need to go get a
Yeah, you
pedicure.
should probably get it done. It's not.
You think so?
The
Like-
pedicure thing is.
I think once you get it done, you'll feel better about your feet a little bit.
Again, it's a
They're
little
pretty
weird for a man to get it.
Like, I'm down. Listen,
I'm not Mr. Macho here.
Well, what is it different than a man giving you a massage?
I won't have a man give.
Oh,
me
you
a-
don't?
No,
Okay, it's
no,
just.
I request a lady.
Gotcha.
So listen, I'm not. I used to be opposed to it. Okay, like when my wife said, "Let's go get a pedicure," I'm like, "You gotta be crazy." But now I'm more leaning to I'm getting past the fact that I'm macho. I don't get a pedicure. To this may be awesome.
Well, that and they talk in a different language, so you won't know how gross your feet is.
Well, it depends
I
on
don't
what
care.
kind
They
of.
they
place you
literally
go.
they can say right to my face that my feet are gross. I know my feet are gross. Listen, they've been supporting 300 plus pounds for years now. I know they're gross.
I like to get back alley pedicure.
Yeah. Yep.
Where they use their mouth, right?
They got a great place down on the landing. It's
Where they
fantastic.
suck on your toes
Yeah.
first.
Oh,
Alley right outside of
yikes!
Boomer.
Good
Pay extra for that
man.
one?
It's covered by insurance, I think. I
No,
don't
no,
know.
no,
Oh.
no. Cash only.
You
Jeff.
slip him like a 5.
No. The pedicure. They soak your feet. If I'm not mistaken, they
Yeah.
soak your feet.
I just
His,
can't-
his exact
And they
words that
give
he
you
said.
like a foot massage. I mean, that's pretty good.
He said his exact words that he used. He was like, "Man, they boil your popcorns before they even start to rub your feet." I'm like, "Oh,
Oh God.
And you get a
He's not
massage
exactly
chair,
selling
too.
them.
Ugh. Popcorn. Oh. Ugh. Everybody, let's close our eyes and just imagine Patrico getting his feet rubbed.
Yeah.
Friday fail stories coming up. Real or fake results. Before we get out of here, comedian Donnell Rawlings coming in. Yeah. Ashley Larry from Chappelle Show. Mm-hmm. He's at Helium Comedy Club this weekend.
Somebody in the chat room here says that they work in construction and they get petties once in a while. Yes, call them petties. And they say, holy hell, do they help with just the overall comfort of your feet?
Maybe it's calling them petties. That's kind of the fruity thing.
Could be.
What should guys go? I'm getting my feet done.
Or you could just say pedicure.
Getting a pedicure.
I like to get my feet did.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a manly way to say that.
I don't think there is, man.
What about doing the thing like the hair salon for men and do a manicure, pedicure place that has, the TVs with the sports going on?
It's the getting the nails done. I mean, that's...
Like, I honestly...
necessary?
Can I go in there and have them just, like, do everything except for file my nails down?
Probably.
You can ask. You can literally ask them anything. To do
you
or to not
do
to do
what you
anything.
want.
Okay, let's not get crazy.
Hey.
You could do what you want.
So I can walk in there and I can go, hey, I just want the rub, I want the little scrub on the bottom, and a pastrami sandwich.
And a roast beef sandwich.
They bring it out from the back.
And do you got any ribs?
Whatever you want there, Caitlin.
Somebody says here that that's a new business name, Manly Petty. That's true.
Get it done and report back. Okay?
I love how someone in the chat room named the Great Cornholio has checked in, and he said, "I'm not a female man." Okay, but the wife convinced me to go before to get a pedicure, and it was the greatest thing ever. I don't know if you necessarily have to become a female man.
Salons that have like the fish.
Yes.
And they eat the dead skin cells.
Yuck.
I don't know how I feel about that. Like if I would want to or not.
Like you stick your feet in a fish tank.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's not for me.
That's not for me either. That's
no,
pretty
thank
gross.
you.
And now, here is today's Mattress Direct Team Riz member of the day.
All right, the Team Riz member of the day is from Carterville, Illinois. Kelly Alongi is our Team Riz member of the day. Kelly says her day sucks if she can't start off listening to this here radio program. And if she can't listen live, hell yeah, she listens to the podcast while she runs. Her husband's a cop, and she bought both of them one of our I Support shirts. Thank you very much.
Nice.
And thanks to your husband for what he does. She says, I love that you guys support the police, and I love that you guys engage with us listeners. Thank you, Kelly. Kelly Longi from Carterville, the Team Riz member of the day. She gets that super sweet Team Riz member of the day soccer jersey. Get yourself signed up, 1057thepoint.com/Team Riz. After the break, we got news. And I believe somebody is upset with us for something we had reported on yesterday. I'd like to address that.
Very calmly.
Of course.
Of course.
In a measured, calm tone, as always.
Why do you have the flamethrower behind you then?
All right, 6:34 Friday. First look at the traffic and weather. Here is Patrico.
Suck it, Chunky.
Coming at you.
Your point traffic update brought to you by Ryan Kelly, thehomeloanexpert.com. Nothing yet to report. All good. Your point forecast from Fox 2's Dave Murray. Brought to you by Dietz & Watts' premium meats and artisan cheeses. Carrying like only family can since 1939. Today, partly cloudy. A small chance for some storms in the area during the day. Around 85 for the high. Tonight, more clouds. Possible storms in the area. Around 65 for the low. This weekend, tomorrow afternoon, we could see some bad storms. Near 90 for the high, mid-60s for the low. Sunday, it's nice out. 80 for the high, 60 for the low. Right now, it is 65 downtown at Union Station. Your point traffic and weather sponsored by Indeed.com. Are you hiring? Join the over 3 million businesses that use Indeed.com for hiring. Post your next job opening on the world's #1 job site, Indeed.com.
So in your news, a couple local stories, including a story of stolen valor and a Mother of the Year candidate. Hot Shot Sports Bar and Grill, all the games, all the time. Pretty girls, tons of TVs, and great food.
Yeah, and the really cool thing about the food is, and the menu is, they're constantly adding things to it. Every burger that you've gone in there, you've loved. Every pizza that you've gone in there and loved is still always going to be there, but they're constantly changing it and adding new things. Ever-evolving menu is what that thing is.
I love that they've teamed up with the Red Hot Riplet people, a St. Louis company,
Pretty
and they
smart
got all
idea.
these Red Hot Riplet menu items, like the Red Hot Riplet Burger, the Riplet Dust Wings. And at your birthday party last week, I mean, the Riplet fries were just flying out of the kitchen.
Yeah, and if you like just the dust itself, you have them put it on pretty much anything. Although I did find out at my birthday party, they don't want you to sprinkle it actually on the waitresses.
Now that'll get you thrown out.
Oh, I got back in, but yeah, 2 times.
And that's available at all 11 Hot Shot Sports Bar and Grill locations. Head over there this weekend just for a couple of beers with the guys or happy hour.
Yeah.
Or for lunch.
And you know what? The Blues aren't in the Stanley Cup playoffs, but they'll have that going on. They got all 472 of the Cardinals games this season on there, too, as well.
Yeah, I mean, for lunch, bring your laptop. They have free Wi-Fi. It's Hot Shot Sports Bar and Grill. The website is hotshotsnet.com. So you probably already know that Spectrum Business offers faster internet and more advanced voice for less than other providers in the St. Louis area. But did you know that Spectrum Business does not require businesses to sign a contract or pay for extra taxes and fees? No siree. That's right, no contracts, no taxes, and no hidden fees. They simply earn your business every day with faster 100 meg internet for only $39.99 a month and advanced voice for just $29.99 a month. Other providers add extra fees and either force you into a long-term contract or make you pay more for month-to-month rates. So call 855-688-6100 to get faster internet and advanced voice from Spectrum Business with no contracts, no taxes, and no hidden fees. They will even buy out your current contract and help you switch. Call 855-688-6100 and make the switch to Spectrum Business today. 855-688-6100.
Rizzuto.
All right, our phone number 314-969-DUDE, 314-969-3833. Metro PCS cameras and chat room. That's going, 1057thepoint.com/Riz. On the socials, at RIZZ Show. And emails, rizshow@1057thepoint.com. All right, let's do some news.
Oh, yeah. We gonna do some news.
And your news being sponsored by
Club Fitness, where they welcome everybody. More amenities, more locations, 23 and growing.
a fella from the St. Louis area, maybe looking at some prison time for lying about his military career. 46-year-old Mark Chartrand pleaded guilty to violating the Stolen Valor Act. So he traveled from Missouri to California and convinced his Airbnb hosts that he was a decorated veteran. He had a bunch of medals, including a Purple Heart. What a dick. And they lent him money. They extended him credit based on what he told them about his military service. And when he traveled, he used the name Mark Rhodes. And dude's got a history of lying. So back in 2012, he was convicted of impersonating a federal officer. He convinced his then-girlfriend to lend him money based on his status as an intelligence officer. And for this little stunt, he's looking at up to a year in prison and a fine of $100,000.
Wow.
Yeah, how do you look a real military person in the eye and do that?
Is there a mugshot of this guy anywhere that you guys have seen by chance? Because I know a Mark Chartrand. And I'm
46-year-old?
And I'm wondering if it's the same guy. And I hope it's not.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure where he's from. I know he's from the St. Louis area. That's all I know.
This him, I believe.
No. You know him?
Sure do.
Let me see.
If that's the dude that used to run a soccer program called MC United. My oldest played soccer for him.
No.
If that's the same guy, by the way, but it sure as hell looks like him. He used to run if it's the same guy, he used to run a soccer program called MC United.
I hope not.
Let me look and see if I can get a little more information on Mr. Chartrand.
AKA Mark Rhodes.
Wow.
And he did plead guilty. So he admitted to doing it. Wow, what a douche, huh?
Here, Tony, is that the same guy?
Yep.
Small world, huh?
Oh, boy. Oh, man. Back in 2011, did you say that he was... Back in 2012, he was convicted of impersonating a federal officer?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you know what he did? He told his girlfriend that he was an undercover agent.
Yeah, and she lent him money.
Yeah. Soccer coach Mark Chartrand.
Wow.
He borrowed $138,000 for a former girlfriend after telling her that he was an undercover agent with
Hell of a
Homeland
soccer
Security.
coach, huh?
Wow.
Records show that Chartrand ran some youth soccer programs in the St. Louis area.
MC United. Wow.
Did you have any interaction with him?
Oh, yeah. He was the coach. He was literally the on-field coach of my oldest team. Yeah.
Listen, and you can never tell.
No.
You can't tell.
Nope. Wow. See if this thing's even still
I mean,
around.
that's some big-time lying, too.
Sure is. What's worse, that or the cancer lie for all the money? I mean, It's just, wow.
This guy was dug in back in 2011 or 12 or whatever it was.
Well, as far as
Yeah, so he told
Lying?
he told the girlfriend that he got caught up in some things. He was an undercover agent, and he owed the government $1.5 million. And they told him he needed to pay it back or go to prison. So she wrote him a bunch of checks that equaled up to a total of $138,000. She started to question him, and he printed out documents with official United States federal government like headers on them, typing up like things that, Mr. Chartrand, this is Tim from the Homeland Security Office.
Really?
Yeah,
Wow.
like
Oh, boy.
he was fully committed.
You
That's
are
insane.
a bull liar. You are a bull effing liar.
When he still couldn't repay the loans to the girlfriend, he doctored bank statements to show that he had money in his bank account from the government, but that the wire service had somehow screwed up the transaction.
Damn.
What is worse, lying about getting a Purple Heart or cancer?
How do you decide that?
Yeah.
I don't know.
One of the, well, I guess
They're both terrible, terrible things.
I first thought was one of them you're taking people's money.
That's what he did.
Yeah. Wow. And you know, for anybody who may have a kid still with MC United, I don't see his name on their website here anywhere.
You know, it's funny. Whenever somebody finds out I work on the radio or work on this radio station, without fail, they go, "Hey, do you know Jeff Burton?"
You serious?
Yeah. Remember I told you my son's hockey coach
Yeah.
played hockey with you?
Wow.
Hey, you know
that's
Jeff
crazy.
Burton? The guy that we're moving with? The moving company?
Mm-hmm.
Talking to like the head muckety-muck over there. Hey, you on the radio? You know Jeff Burton?
I'm so sorry. And how often do you say yes and how often do you say no?
Hey, you're the guy that lied about getting a Purple Heart. Yeah, I know Jeff Burton. Yeah. Here's a Mother of the Year candidate. Woman from St. Charles been charged with cooking up some meth at her house while her 8-year-old kid was there.
Great stuff.
A source tipped off cops this week that Shelby Bossert was cooking at her place in the 100 block of Lorenzo Court. On Tuesday, detectives started surveillance on her. Shelby drove to a Walgreens in Bridgeton that day, bought some lithium batteries, which is something they use to make meth. Cops also ran her name and found out she'd been buying pseudoephedrine on the regular since January.
So the cops were concerned. Very long cold. She's had a cold
she
for
had
a long
allergies,
time. Yeah.
allergies.
Yeah.
It's so funny you got to give your license over to buy some Sudafed because of people like Shelby.
Mm-hmm.
Then she hit up another Walgreens in St. Charles. Another person with her bought instant cold packs, which contain ammonium nitrate, also used in making meth. Then she went home. Detectives also spotted a kid go into the house. 2 hours later, police got into the house, found meth-making components, meth and meth residue. And cops say that Shelby made no efforts to keep the kid away from all the meth stuff. She's been charged with manufacture of a controlled substance and first-degree endangering the welfare of a child.
I know you're probably dealing with some sort of substance abuse or addiction when it comes to this, and I don't know about this particular case, but all of the trouble that she went through, all the driving around and all the effort, just put that towards getting a job.
And
the same energy towards a job would be fantastic and legal.
I can't imagine what it's like to have a kid, but from the way I hear my parents talk, even if you have an addiction or whatever, I can't imagine what that's like either. But shouldn't the love and the want to take care of your child overpower that just a little?
All right,
You would
hippie.
think.
All right, you hippie.
I'm just saying.
You would think.
It's weird. You see these stories about, and of course, her being in St. Charles, I'm like, oh, me DJing at the old bar out there, and I'm like, I may know this chick, so I go online and I type in her name.
And do you?
I don't know her, but man, dude, looking at her Facebook profile picture, she looks like a kid, man. She just looks like she's got pictures. Here I am at St. Charles
Boschert.
Community College, just a normal,
Boschert.
everyday
It's a
kid.
shame. And hopefully she pulls it together, and hopefully the kids are right. Sucks.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's addiction. I mean, it's a horrible thing.
Right.
So I got an email yesterday, I guess, dressing us down for comments we made yesterday. Go ahead,
Sure.
Jeff.
This is Gary. Gary says, thanks for letting your viewers.
No, we're on the radio.
Yeah.
Cool. All right.
Thanks for letting
Mistake number one.
Thanks for letting your viewers know being bullied is funny. Beating up nerds is funny. It's not right to make fun of things like that, according to Gary.
Well, and you know what he's referring to? There was a story where a gentleman running for Congress in Montana body slammed a reporter. And the election was yesterday. And this was at the guy's campaign headquarters. Here's what that sounded like. I mean, this guy, man, he body slammed him.
Because you were waiting to make your decision about healthcare until you saw the bill and it just came out. And what you thought
we'll talk to you about that later.
Yeah, but there's not going to be time. I'm just curious if you have the action
speak
right
with
now.
Shane, please.
But you don't.
Sick and tired of you guys. The last time that came in here, you did the same thing. Get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of here.
And the guy yelling is the guy running for Congress.
Wow.
And this is the day before the election.
The last guy did the same thing. You were the guardian?
Yes, and you just broke my glasses.
The last guy did the same damn thing.
You just body slammed me and broke my glasses.
Get the hell out of here.
If you'd like me to get the hell out of here, I'd also like to call the police.
I think a couple members of this radio program said he gets my vote. after hearing that. That's politics in Montana, Jeff.
I guess so. That's reporting in Montana, I guess.
So how did this turn into this email?
I don't know. I guess because you guys made light of the fact that somebody was beating somebody up, or what?
We were saying, the guy sounds like you're saying, well, you just wear my glasses. We were saying, if a guy body slams me and I'm trying to interview him, I'm going to go either A, ballistic, or B, I'm going to go up. I'm going to call the cops. You just assaulted me.
Right.
Just go, my glasses.
Well, he probably said you broke my glasses because he knows he was being recorded. So, okay, that's yet another piece of evidence that's recorded.
True. Yeah.
And
then he goes, the politician goes, I've asked you 1,000 times to not ask me these questions here. Well, you just body glasses. I'm sure Gary's head's exploding right now because I'm saying it in that voice. But, listen, it's just...
Listen,
how things go, man.
We're being tongue-in-cheek about it.
Right? Yeah. And the other thing that I always go back to, if all the things that we say and do on the show, this is the one that pisses you off.
And listen, I would also figure that you body slam a reporter the day before the election.
Yeah, we'll never hear from this guy again.
We'll never hear. Not. The guy won. Follow up, guys. Republican Greg Gianforte, a tech billionaire who was charged with misdemeanor assault for not allegedly, you hear it, for body slamming a reporter. He won yesterday's election for his state's lone congressional seat. Yes. Much like this show, the people of Montana, yes, he got their vote. Sorry, Gary. Is that who wrote the email, Gary?
Yes, Gary.
Sorry, Gary.
Yeah. Gary's very upset.
He was running against a Democratic candidate, Rob Quist, for the position. And how bad do you got to feel if you're Rob Quist?
Yeah, because Rob Quist has heard that audio and went, yep, it's over.
Yep, got it.
I'm going to go ahead and start packing up for the big move.
He's behind the schnooks looking for empty banana boxes.
His wife's picking out curtains, everything.
He's starting to wrap up the breakables in the old newspapers. Got it. Punch my ticket to Washington. Sweet. My opponent body slammed a reporter. Awesome.
Yeah, it's over.
Got this. Nope. So I guess this special election was because the congressional seat was vacated by President Trump's Secretary of the Interior, this Ryan Zink. So in his victory speech, Gianforte, the soon-to-be congressman, apologized to the reporter. Quote, when you make a mistake, you have to own up to it. That's the Montana way. Last night I made a mistake, and I took an action that I can't take back, and I'm not proud of what happened. I should have not responded in the way I did, and for that, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's going to be nice to have this guy in Washington to shake things up.
Yeah, I think so. What we need is a little controversy in Washington. That'd be great.
He just gave a pile driver to Nancy Pelosi.
Trump has just named him to his White House staff after that. So congratulations.
Boy, I think this is an amazing survey, by the way. And people People are starting to give up their cars and just rely on Uber and Lyft to get around. And walking. Just kidding. Nobody's walking. You know that. Come on, man. Nobody's walking.
They're walking to where they meet their Uber or Lyft. That's it.
According to a new survey, about 1 in 10 people who get rid of or sell their cars didn't buy a replacement and just plan on using ride services.
I did for the graduation the other night or the other day, whenever that was.
Because you're gonna get hammered, right?
Absolutely. No, because it was at freaking Chaffetz. That's why.
Oh, the parking. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
you weren't kidding about that? You were for real?
Oh yeah. There's 2 people in Abby's class who just got out of the parking garage just about half an hour
The
ago.
graduation was 2 days ago.
Yeah. No, I parked here, and then Ubered over. I dropped the family off there, parked here, Ubered over, and then we all Ubered back.
That's
3 of
smart.
us.
And
Yeah.
how much it cost you?
It was,
$5?
Total, because there was 3 of us on the way back. I think the total was like $11 or something.
So worth it.
$14.
So worth it.
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah, but now it says 1 in 10 people last year when they ditch their car, they're just going to use ride services.
I totally believe that.
I do too.
I could see that too, yeah.
Well, maybe try to do the math as far as how much it costs you per month to use your car and how much it would cost to use ride services.
And plus the stories, if you want to, from the Uber drivers. You know, all you got to do is say, oh, what's the worst ride you've ever given? And it's fantastic. You know, the drunken stories, the drunken people getting in the cars.
Oh, you want to talk
well,
when you're in the car?
Yeah, I forgot. I apologize.
I feel awkward if I don't.
Yeah. I mean, now I understand you probably just sit there, right? And don't say anything.
Every once in a while, I'll engage.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Guy was telling me on the way back, I think, on the way there, that he picked up a girl like 1 o'clock in the morning. She was hammered, and the address was like over an hour away. And she passed out, and like the husband or boyfriend called, and he picked up the phone and started talking, saying, I got your drunk girl here in the car. Oh, yeah, it was fantastic.
Wow.
Yeah.
See, I'm the guy where probably Uber and Lyft drivers are like, oh, one of these.
Oh, you're just going to immediately start talking?
I get in, I'm like, hey there, Hal. How are we? he's like, how you doing? I'm like, real good. Any interesting stories? Pick up anybody good lately? And he's like, where you got to go?
My guy on the way over there had very, very, very broken English on the way there. And I said, yeah, I'm going to Chaffetz for high school graduation. He goes, is that, in broken English, he asked if that was a movie.
All right.
Like,
here's my go-to line.
Just get me there.
Busy tonight? And then it's off to the races.
That's your opener?
Then we're off to the races.
Been driving long?
No, it's always, hey, you busy tonight? And then, the conversation goes from there.
You know how with the Uber thing, the setting inside the car is very important. Like certain ones will have bottles of water and the new car scent and maybe a little music going in the background. Would you care if your driver had his FedEx uniform on from earlier in the day?
No.
Yeah, this guy was one of the guys was so apologetic. Said it a couple of times. Like, I don't care what you're wearing. I didn't even look, dude. I work for FedEx during the day. Sorry.
As long as you have 4 tires and your car moves forwards and backwards, that's all I care.
And I was going to say I did, but I guess
period on.
That's a good point.
I don't care.
Just get me there.
You know what's funny? It just hit me. Like,
yes.
It's funny that I get in the car and I'm like, "Hey there, Pally," and we start talking, and I'm like, firing questions. But if I sit in the car and he goes, "Hey, how you doing?" Like that bothers me.
Out, yeah.
Like if I'm not even, my butt's not even touching leather yet, and he's already going, hey, I'm like, oh, one of these.
Now let's say you get in the car and you immediately start looking at your phone. Like your head is buried in your phone. And they start talking to you. This candy's not going to crush itself.
I just look up to the driver and go, how do you spell Mambla?
Oh, Jeff. And that's your news brought to you by Dunkin' Donuts. America runs on Dunkin'.
The Rizzuto Show.
All right, 7:05 on this Friday. Sports and your headline Who's coming up after the break. Another look at your traffic and weather. Here is Patrico.
Fat, loud, lazy, and stupid.
Coming at you.
Your point traffic update brought to you by Ryan Kelly, the homeloanexpert.com. As of right now, nothing to report. All good. Point forecast from Fox 2's Dave Murray today, partly cloudy. Could see some storms in the area. Not likely this afternoon, though. Around 85 for the high. Tonight, more clouds, more chance for some potential storms in the area. Around 65 for the low. This weekend, tomorrow afternoon, some bad storms actually possible. Near 90 for the high, mid-60s for the low. Sunday, it's nice, 80 for the high, 60 for the low. Right now, it is 69 downtown at Union Station. Traffic and weather sponsored by BP Gasoline. Help keep your engine clean with BP Gasoline with Invigorate. Try our best fuel ever today.
So what are the biggest purchases you will make in your life? First car, engagement ring, a house? Yeah, huge purchase. So you want somebody in your corner. You want somebody in your corner to represent your best interests, whether you're buying or selling a home. And I'm telling you, Rick and Tracy Ellis from the Rick and Tracy Ellis team, best in the business, the number one team at RE/MAX Edge, both in Chesterfield and in St. Charles. And these are the people that helped me find my dream home, which we move into next month. And I could say they're my friends now. Been in real estate for about 20 years, and if you hire Rick or Tracy, you actually work directly with Rick or Tracy. Best thing to do, 1057thepoint.com/homes. That's 1057thepoint.com/homes. Get all their information on that page, the phone numbers, their direct phone numbers. Read a little bit about them. I'm going to tell you, they have their own radio show on our sister station, 97.1. They have their own magazine. So if you list your home with Rick or Tracy Ellis, I mean, you get your home in their magazine, on their radio show. Just all sorts of social media stuff. They'll sell your house for you. And if you're looking for a home, they love working with buyers and educating people on what to look for in a new house and the whole process of buying a new home. It's the Rick and Tracy Ellis team. Go to 1057thepoint.com/homes and get all the information. Let me tell you about 18 North Central in Othell, Missouri. Moon was there last Sunday with some buddies. And I know Jeff and myself, we played up there for the iCombat. Casey, you've never been up there, huh? 18 North Central?
I've never been up there.
I know we had like a company team building exercise.
Yeah, if nothing else.
Outing there a couple weeks ago. You were invited, you just didn't go.
Moon said, he's not playing soccer now. It isn't a fantastic workout, man.
So iCombat at 18 North Central, it's Call of Duty come to life. So they give you military spec weapons. They give you these Army grade vests, and you run around. And listen, it's not like a laser tag thing. On a team, you could do different scenarios they have for you. They built a 2-story town inside this warehouse. I mean, I could talk for hours about it, but me talking about it, you need to go there and you need to see it for yourself.
I remember more than one of us looked at the owners who are super great dudes and went, the toughest thing here is to describe it.
Yeah, you got to see it. Bachelor parties, father-son outings, corporate events. They have a bar. They have food. There's a banquet hall upstairs. It's 18 North Central in Othell, Missouri, just off 70 at Bryan Road. 636-240-1800. 636-240-1800. iCombat. They have something called Cybersport, a banquet center. The number 18 northcentral.com.
The Rizzuto Show.
All right, welcome back. Anybody tried that unicorn frappuccino thing? No. Did you try that?
I did not. I heard it was not as good as it was supposed to be.
You know, that was a big thing for a while.
Yeah.
For a couple weeks, and it was all over social media, and everybody's got to get the unicorn frappuccino.
Yeah, now they're doing it again, huh?
Well, it's a new thing they're doing. And it makes sense that Starbucks would figure out another drink to start selling that's super colorful and perfect for Instagram. Taste, not important.
As long as it looks good on social media.
Taste, not important, but it looks great on social media. And according to pretty much every rumor on the internet, this is it. It's called the Ombre Pink Drink. And it's a mix of coconut milk, limeade, and passion fruit iced tea. And the different flavors separate so the top is pink and the bottom is creamy. Sounds disgusting.
Yep.
I don't like that they say the bottom is creamy.
Ugh.
If I'm going to drink tea, I don't want it to be creamy.
I don't want my Starbucks person to ever say the bottom is creamy. Just give me a black coffee and be done with it.
Whenever something is described as creamy or tangy, nope. I'm out.
It depends on what it
is.
is.
It's an item for somebody else, right?
Tangy?
No, creamy. Like, it's good. This Alfredo sauce is really creamy.
Describe it another way.
This Alfredo sauce is thick.
How about it's good?
It's a turnoff.
That is a good. The only time creamy is good is when you're describing like a good Alfredo sauce. How else are you going to describe it?
Yeah, I only think creamy as good if it's like pasta.
I've never had anybody describe anything as creamy to me that I'm going to enjoy, honestly.
Hey, how's that pasta over there?
It's all right.
Now ask me.
How's that pasta over there?
Creamy.
Ugh.
Okay, so what's the problem with tangy?
I don't know, just...
I feel like I never even hear that.
Not a tangy type of dude.
I wouldn't take it for one, but
moist, you know?
I wouldn't take it for a tangy fella.
Now she understands.
Moist is weird.
Unless boy, this cake is moist.
Still kind of strange.
Yeah.
Boy, nice and creamy, nice and moist.
How's that cake? Moist and creamy?
Nope. No, so that's a new Starbucks thing, the Ombre Pink Drink. Probably tastes like garbage. But hey, Snapchat.
Looks good with a filter on it.
Jeff stops off at White Castle for coffee. I mean, what? How many times a week?
Just a couple
times a week
at the most. I used to drink coffee every day on the way in, but now it's maybe once.
Hey, robbers, listen up. Jeff leaves his car running as he runs in.
Appreciate you giving that info out there. I locked the
Are you
doors.
out of your mind?
Time out.
I can literally see the car from where I'm standing, and I'm about 10 feet from it.
It's not like you have to have it warmed up because it's in the 70s. It was in the 70s this morning.
That's actually...
You do?
That's actually funny. This morning, I popped into the good old QT, and when I was walking back out to my car, I noticed that a truck pulled up next to me, all the windows down, radio blaring, keys in the ignition, just cruising.
You're asking for it. You're asking. Free car.
Yeah.
Here's a free car for you.
Just trying to make some show
You bring
prep,
it back
man.
whenever.
My car gets stolen. We can talk about it on the radio, man. I'm just trying to give you something to talk about on the radio.
You locked
dude.
it. What did you say? You locked the doors?
No, I was joking.
I was going to say, how do you do that?
Now, in the wintertime, I have in the past.
I leave the window down, but I lock it.
I have in the past, like, if I got to stop and get gas. So I get gas, fill up, put the nozzle back on the tank, shut the thing, lock it, do the auto start, and then go inside, do whatever I got to do, come out, unlock the car, get in, and
Okay,
go.
that makes sense. That's different. I'm now, like, when I get gas, I'm locking the door now.
Oh, I do that. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, yeah. That one story that was here.
Of the purse of the guy that
Someone got in the back seat or something.
Yeah, there was video on it too. Yeah.
As she was pumping gas, he snuck around, like crouched down, opened up the back seat, took her purse, took her cell phone, took her wallet,
and the
shut
car.
the door, and then he was inside the car. She walked inside the store. He hopped over and see ya.
Yeah, bye. All right, thanks for the. All right,
see you later.
Cool. But this cup of coffee's great.
Yeah. Standing on the corner, waiting for my car to come back, drinking a cup of coffee.
And no, and you're like, man, I love White Castle coffee.
I do.
Because you like that it's strong, it's caffeinated.
Strong and super dark
Yeah.
and caffeinated, yeah.
And if the biggest thing you want out of your coffee is that, like, oh my God, wake me the F up, please.
Mm-hmm.
A new study figured out where you should buy it. So I think it was BuzzFeed. They bought 24 cups of coffee from 4 different major national chains. And White Castle was not involved in this.
Okay.
Like when you think of coffee, you think of a couple places. You think of Starbucks, you think of 7-Eleven, you think of McDonald's, you think of Dunkin' Donuts. So then they had a lab analyze the cups to figure out every chain's average caffeine. And the most jacked up coffee is from 7-Eleven.
Huh.
7-Eleven has the most jacked up coffee as far as caffeine goes. Their cups had an average of 280 milligrams of caffeine. Starbucks was second at 267 milligrams. McDonald's has 227 milligrams. Dunkin' Donuts, 220 milligrams.
Which is, what did I tell you? If there was a Dunkin' Donuts out there, that's where I would go every single time.
Yeah, Dunkin' Donuts coffee is the best.
God, it's silky.
And not just because they're a sponsor and I'm wearing the shirt, but just saying. And BuzzFeed, after they got the results, they asked people if they'd consider switching to 7-Eleven. Now that they know it's got the most caffeine, and 14% said, yeah, they're planning on switching.
Huh. I don't know where there's a 7-Eleven.
I don't care how much caffeine it's got. Hopefully it's got some. I just care if it's good.
Yeah. That's the problem is, especially at that time in the morning, is unless you're making it at home, finding a really good cup of coffee.
Sure.
I'm not a huge fan of 7-Eleven coffee. I like their Slurpees, but their coffee
No, you're kidding.
is not for me. What the hell does that mean, man? There are plenty of skinny people that like their Slurpees too.
I'm just saying that you like icy drinks.
Why? Why did you say that, Riz?
Because you've said it in the past.
Oh, have I? I don't think I ever have.
I got sports here in a second. Casey, I want you to listen to this.
Okay.
And this is Anchorman here coming to life. You know the name Laird Hamilton? He's like a surfing legend.
Yeah, he was married to a volleyball player chick for a while, right? Is that the same person?
Gabby Reese?
Yeah.
Right?
Was it her?
Well, like, as far as surfing goes, he's a legend, Laird Hamilton. And he claims that menstruating women have a tendency to, well, we'll let him say it.
Biggest, most common reason to be bitten is a woman with her period, which people don't, they don't even think about that. Obviously, if a woman has her period, then there's a certain amount of blood in the water.
So he's talking about shark attacks.
I didn't catch the shark thing at first. I was like, she's gonna bite someone because she's on her period.
Was there somebody in the background that went, what? Yeah. Or is it just me hearing that?
No, he's talking about menstruating women have a tendency to prompt shark attacks if they're swimming. Just like, remember, Anchorman.
I read somewhere that their periods attract bears. The bears can smell the menstruation.
Jeez.
Thoughts?
You know what? I don't know the science behind that, but I'm gonna go ahead and say
Why don't you Google that? Get back to us.
Don't screw this up, fatty.
Sports brought to you by Hot Shots Bar and Grill for over 25 years. All the games all the time. Cardinals and Dodgers wrapped up their series in L.A. last night. Dodgers picked up a 7-3 win. Cardinals now travel to Colorado, take on the Rockies. First pitch from Coors Field tonight is at 7:40. Carlos Martinez gets a start. We now have the matchup set for the Stanley Cup Finals.
Oh, yeah, we do.
That one came off Stallberg. It's Schultz working it back in deep. Fresh from the bench, it's Crosby. Crosby on Kunitz and shot. Penguins win it! And they go to the final!
So that's what it sounded
What are
like
they all
on,
happy about?
on national TV. Here's what it sounded like from the radio guy up in Pittsburgh.
Crosby and the Penguins left wing circle over to Kunitz. Shot, score! Chris Kunitz wins it for the Pittsburgh Penguins as Crosby sets him up. And ladies and gentlemen, Elvis has just left the building. Kunitz with a game winner, his second of the night. And the Penguins are going on to play the Nashville Predators, and you know what? You can spit shine your shoes, baby. The Penguins are going to go dancing with Lord Stanley once again.
That's pretty cool.
He's
That's
awesome.
a good call.
Yeah, it is. He's the rented mule guy, right?
Yeah.
Beat him like a rented mule. Yeah.
I bet NBC, as soon as Pittsburgh scored, went, oh my God, thank God,
Yeah.
thank Jesus.
Not Ottawa.
Yeah.
Too small
If
market.
it was
too.
Ottawa, Nashville, they'd go,
yeah,
oh, boy.
Well, and what a
at least we
great
got a
story.
bigger
It's
city.
somebody trying to go back to back and somebody there for the first time ever.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Well, I think what I saw yesterday was I guess the three people that went up to get the trophy, the Wales, the Prince of Wales trophy. It was they went up the same order as last year. Did they touch it?
It's a thing where you're not supposed to, or most people don't, I should say.
Did they touch it? I don't know.
I have no idea. I think they all held it. All three of them held it.
I thought you're not supposed to touch it. Tradition says you're not supposed to touch it.
I have no idea.
I don't know. Superstition.
Yeah.
With the Penguins win, they will now take on the Nashville Predators in the final. Things get started on Monday. Penguins will host Game 1. The game's on NBC at 7 p.m. A little bit of Blues news here. This is pretty cool. I had no idea that Steve Ott retired, but apparently he retired from the game earlier this year, or as far as right when the season ended. But he joins the Blues staff as an assistant coach, and he will be behind the bench, which is really pretty cool. So,
yeah, that is
again,
awesome.
Steve Ott joining the Blues coaching staff.
So he goes from playing and right to coaching.
Yeah, they've always said in the past, and Jeff, you can correct me, he was always a leader.
Yeah, he's
on
that,
and off the ice.
He was always that guy that everybody said he got everything out of the talent that he was given. You know, because he's never like a high-profile scorer, but he would always make a great coach.
Yeah.
By the way, I just typed that in the headline: Pittsburgh Bucks superstition touches Prince of Wales trophy.
Did.
So apparently they did. Yeah.
Speaking of finals here, we're going to switch to the NBA. And I know, we here in St. Louis, it's tough to really care about the NBA, not having a team for a really long time. But
And it's a dumb sport.
the Golden State Warriors and the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Basketball, huh?
I do, yeah, sorry.
And the Cleveland Cavaliers will play for the NBA championship. Back in 2015, the Warriors won. Last year it was the Cavs. And now, for the third year in a row, we will see the Cavaliers taking on the Golden State Warriors after Cleveland eliminated the Boston Celtics last night. Couple of crazy NBA facts here. First, last night LeBron James passed Michael Jordan and is now the record holder for most points in the postseason with 5,989 points. This right here, an even crazier stat. LeBron has now been in the NBA Finals for 7 straight years.
That's amazing. So at Miami and
so he appeared in 4 in a row with the Heat, and this is his 3rd straight with the Cavs.
It's amazing. Yeah.
Dude, good, man. I mean, there's no doubt about it. So there was a rumor going around that while the Predators were playing some of their playoff games in Nashville, many of the Tennessee Titan players were getting a little too into the celebrations and the festivities. According to some, an offensive lineman named Taylor Lewin, he injured his hand while participating in this weird, dumb tradition where they throw a fish onto the ice. Do you know about this, Jeff?
I've seen it.
They throw a fish onto the ice, and somebody said that this Taylor Lewin injured his hand doing that. Now, don't get it confused. Lewin did injure his hand, but he wanted to clear things up about how he did it. He said it was not injured when he threw the fish. He injured it when he cut his hand on a can of beer at the game.
Oh. How does that happen?
I don't know.
Aggressively
on,
opening a tall boy. It can happen.
Party on, man. I have no idea. And finally, during a baseball game, you can't grab a ball that's in fair territory. Like most ballparks in the league, if you do so at a Braves game, you're going to get tossed by security. And that's exactly what happened earlier this week. A dude grabbed a fair ball, handed it to his son, and the kid was going nuts. Now, the guy was ejected, which is fine. You cannot do that.
Right.
It's what the security guard did after that is not okay. The security guard ripped the ball from the hands of the kid who got the ball, and he kept it.
Oh, the security guard kept it for himself?
Like, he gave it to him and said, no, you can't have this. Now, what's kind of funny is that the announcers kind of got on the security guard about it. Here's the audio from it.
He brought home the second Atlanta run, and he bounces one fair down the right field line. That's going to ricochet. No, it won't. Fan interference. First career double by Rio Ruiz, and that fan will be ejected from the game for interfering with the ball in play.
Have some common sense there, fella. Give that ball back to the young man. Give the ball back to the kid. He's not the one that messed up. Come on. Give the ball back.
Lighten up, Francis.
Really? Crying out loud.
What's with the music?
I don't know. That was just that was the highlight. I don't know what happened there.
I thought you put it. I was waiting for some. I was waiting for like a lyric to kick in.
No. I didn't add that on there. That's just the audio that was provided. The good thing is this: the Braves hooked this kid up and gave him an autographed team ball at the end of the game.
That's great.
But yeah, the security guard literally took the ball and did not give it back. Like, people were like chanting, like, "Give it back, give it," and he didn't. He just kept it for himself. Well, not for himself. He said he turned it in. So, Patrico, that's your sports, and boom goes the dynamite. Brought to you by the law offices of Susan L. Ward. Call 783-9400 or stlfamilylaw.com for all your family law needs.
All right, so we go to Vero Beach, Florida, where earlier this week, police responded to the China No. 1 restaurant, and a sheriff's deputy discovered 31-year-old Brian Kuzmer wearing his lunch. He was found, quote, covered from head to toe in pork fried rice and a red sauce.
Okay.
Did I mention what kind of wine he had with that?
I don't think they serve wine at this place.
Oh, yeah.
Brian said that he was waiting for his former girlfriend / baby mama, 30-year-old Samantha Wilson, to drop off their 8-year-old son. When Samantha got to the restaurant, they started arguing about Samantha keeping the kid out of school. Samantha was asked to leave after she started screaming. Before leaving, though, she dumped the hot-ass fried rice on Brian. During questioning, Samantha copped to the fried rice battery. She was arrested for misdemeanor domestic battery. No stranger to the law, by the way. She got priors for criminal mischief, theft, negligence, and child abuse. Not a nice person.
No.
So there you go. From Vero Beach, Florida, Samantha Wilson, your today's Headline Hooge. Yes?
Real quick, they say that in 2009, Sidney Crosby touched the trophy, and then they won. Last year, he touched the trophy, and they won. This year, he touched the trophy.
All right.
Did they win?
We don't know,
We
Jeff.
don't know yet,
that's
Jeff.
right.
Hey, don't forget Friday Fail Stories coming up. Comedian Donnell Rawlings will be here. You know him from Chappelle Show, Ashy Larry, the I'm Rich Biatch guy. Also, real or fake results. We got crap on celebrities after the break. It's 7:36 on this Friday. Another look at your traffic and weather. Here is Patrico.
Here comes Mungo.
Coming at you.
Your Pony traffic update, that being brought to you by Ryan Kelly, thehomeloanexpert.com. As of right now, nothing to report. There is eastbound 70. Before air flight, there is some debris in the left lane. Other than that, though, things are going well. Your Point forecast from Fox 2's Dave Murray, being brought to you by Chesterfield Fence and Deck. Today, partly cloudy. Could see some storms in the area, around 85 for the high. Tonight, more clouds, more chance for storms, around 65 for the low. And this weekend, tomorrow afternoon, we could see some bad storms near 90 for the high. Mid-60s for the low. Sunday, it's nice, 80 for the high, 60 for the low. Right now, 69 downtown Union Station. And your Point traffic and weather, sponsored by CC's. Only at CC's, enjoy the $5 and change unlimited buffet. All your favorite pizza, pasta, salad, and dessert, all for one great price. CC's, prices may vary.
All right, Jerf, what do you got?
More on Chris Cornell's death, a list of celebrity death hoaxes over the years, and a TV game show record was broken.
All right, we got that. We got your crappy birthdays and the porno birthday next in your crap on celebrities.
It's funny. I just posted on social media. I said, "Is today calzone day?" Because I could use one right now. Unfortunately, Riz, for us, it's not calzone day, but it could be calzone day for you. If you are in the downtown Clayton or the Grove area, those are their 3 locations, so you can stop on by for lunch today. Or maybe you can't get out of the office. Sauce on the Side will deliver to you. Go online right now, eatcalzones.com. See what you are going to fall in love with.
Deliver it straight to my mouth.
Right to your mouth, into your belly. That's how it works. This is the calzones that were voted #1 cheesiest restaurant in America. Calzones featured on the show. Food Paradise on the Travel Channel. The Meet Me in St. Louis is your go-to if you're looking for a standard calzone. Cock-a-doodle noodle, which is the mac and cheese with chicken and bacon calzone, which is great. I'm right now, my go-to is the Carmen. You may like the May Special, which is the Easy Breezy Caprese. It's running out of time to get that, so try that out. Or the Lemon Blueberry Dessert, which is really good as well. Again, like I said, sit down, have it delivered, or even just go ahead and grab it to go. Calzones are delicious, and when they're done right, like they are at Sauce on the Side, you will not be disappointed. Everything is made fresh there every day, even the dough. This is not your grandma's calzone. We're talking unique and traditional, unique and special ingredients, as well as the traditional favorites at Sauce on the Side. These guys know what they're doing. Again, downtown, Clayton, the Grove, those are the 3 locations. Find them online at eatcalzones.com. It is Sauce on the Side.
Metro PCS has you covered in so many different ways. Not only for your use of your cellular device, they have you covered, period. Here's the thing. If you need not one but two free smartphones, you can do that by switching over and becoming a family member at Metro PCS. They're called the Samsung Galaxy J3 Prime, and they're nice phones, man. 5-inch HD screen, but very slim as well. So you get two phones when you switch over 2 lines to Metro PCS. And then you get on those 2 lines $50. $50 period for 2 lines, taxes and fees included in that $50, which is fantastic. And by the way, more reliable than ever with Metro PCS, covering 99% of the people in the U.S. And also, by the way, super fast 4G LTE speeds that are way faster than Sprint. So go to your nearest Metro PCS store, get a couple of free Samsung Galaxy J3 Prime smartphones on a network, again, more reliable than ever. I am a customer. I know this. Metro PCS, wireless figured out.
All right, welcome back. Time to find out what's going on in the world of music and entertainment with your Crap on Celebrities.
It's brought to you by Lena's Pizza, St. Louis's only frozen pizza made with 100% real Provel cheese, which I had for dinner last night and smashed the entire pizza, thanks to Tony Patrico. Because you texted me yesterday, said they dropped off some pizzas, and what do you want me to do with mine, blah, blah, blah. And I went, oh, Lena's in my head. Went to Schnucks, got a bacon.
I got, what'd you give me?
I think you took a 4-meat, a hamburger.
No, I took the buffalo.
Oh, buffalo chicken, yeah.
Buffalo chicken pizza, that's right.
Which is now in stores at the Lime Deerbirds.
I have not consumed it yet, but it is on my freezer, waiting to be eaten.
So there is one here for me?
There's
two,
a
pizza.
There's
you
two.
left me some?
Yeah, I think we got you a hamburger and a 4-meat. They unfortunately didn't drop off any bacon.
Oh, that's okay.
But there was a hamburger and a 4-meat in there for you.
As long as the label says Lena's on it.
How many did you get yesterday? You took home how many? 4?
No, there was 3 in the box. No, 4 in the box that I took. Yeah, there was a cheese,
get 2,
a
you
buffalo
get 4.
chicken.
What the hell?
I got 1.
Do you want another one? I'll bring in another one.
Yes, I do.
I got
okay,
one.
I'll bring one.
I
in
think
on,
things should be even here, 3 and 3.
On Tuesday, I'll bring you in another one.
Thanks, man. Chris Cornell had apparently taken more than Ativan before hanging himself because we have learned fresh track marks on his arm when his body was discovered.
I don't believe it.
You don't, huh? You mean it's unbelievable, or you don't actually believe it?
I don't know if I believe it.
I mean, why would somebody make that up?
That's TMZ saying this?
TMZ is a very reputable source when it comes to stuff like this.
I don't believe it.
It wasn't back in the day, but I would say it is now. Sources connected to the investigation say that the track marks were quote-unquote obvious, had a history using. Toxicology tests will eventually reveal what drugs were found in his system. And it is new information, but still consistent with the stories of the longtime engineer and the tour manager guy that was behind the board and was like, man, something's wrong.
I don't want to believe it, man.
And you know what his wife said? Vicky said that that they took a walk the day before he left, and she was like, he had short sleeve shirt on, and I saw no tracks whatsoever. So we'll see. And all he said during that phone call was, quote, an extra Ativan or 2. Unquote, is what he took. So,
well, when the toxicology comes back, we'll know for sure.
Yeah.
Didn't they say that could be years?
Years? I thought it's usually like a month thing.
Yeah, I think it's a couple weeks, month, something like that.
I thought I saw in one of the stories that they were reporting on it that like the official case closed, cause of death could be years down the road.
I wonder why that would be.
I don't think I've heard anything like that. But
would you?
I thought he was an anti-drug guy.
Not at all.
No, he's
been
through a lot of problems.
Yeah,
but way back in the day,
early 2000s, he was super addicted to pills.
Early 2000s, huh?
Like he went to rehab in 2003 for an addiction to OxyContin or whatever the hell it is.
Well, and it was the MGM Grand in Detroit there, and there's a lot of people that are trying to rent that room when they go there, which is room 1136. And as a matter of fact, a reporter actually initially had the room booked, and when he got there, they were like, "Oh no, we're going to give you a different room." They're just not renting that room out.
Casey, was Soundgarden ever on your radar growing up?
A little bit, not a ton, but when all of this happened, I knew right away who it was.
Were you sad at all? Like, oh man, Soundgarden music meant a lot to me. Probably
no,
not, but
it wasn't
still.
like that for me. But I knew how much of a big deal it was going to be to everyone else.
And you've said this before, Riz, about how like when Jared Fogle got busted, and when you see a picture of him, you see the devil in his eyes. Now that you know this about him,
yeah.
All these pictures of Chris Cornell now that I see, I look in his eyes and it's like you're trying to find the trouble that he was.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? When I'm looking
yeah.
at pictures of him, that's what I'm thinking now. Just makes it even more sad. So he is dead, but celebrity death hoaxes over the years. Been around long before the internet, by the way, but the internet just makes it a little easier. So I got TheWrap.com had a list of celebrities who were reported dead but weren't.
Fun.
Some of these you remember, some of them you don't. Avril Lavigne recently died by suicide in 2003 and was replaced by a lookalike. Remember
Have you
we
heard
talked
that one,
about
Casey?
that?
I've not heard that one.
That she was replaced by a lookalike.
Yeah, and that's still kind of going
I
around,
believe that one,
especially
actually.
with really massive fans.
I'm a
You do
believer
believe
on that one, yes.
Eminem died in a car accident in 2009, swerved in an oncoming truck while talking on his cell phone.
Again, I believe that one too.
Not true. Beyonce died in 2016 after not getting a cut treated. She actually ripped an earring out of her ear, which actually did happen. Huh?
Which you got the tetanus?
Yeah, she got tetanus and died from that. Killed in a hit-and-run driver accident in 2008, supposedly Miley Cyrus. Found dead also from a prescription pill overdose in the bathtub last year.
Twice. So she died in a car accident and from an overdose?
Yep. Mm-hmm. About 8 years difference there. Sean
so we're
Penn.
on the third Miley Cyrus now?
Right. Look-alike. Sean Penn found murdered in his home last year, possibly by El Chapo. That was another one that was going around the internet. The Hillary Duff one fell to her death in the cliffs in New Zealand back in 2011.
That's a common one, is somebody hiking in New Zealand, they fell off a cliff.
Really?
Yeah, I've heard that about like Johnny Depp fell off a cliff.
Does that actually happen a lot there?
That people
just
fall off cliffs? I have no idea.
I think it's just believable, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Paris Hilton supposedly stabbed to death by a fellow inmate in 2007 while serving time for a DUI.
How long did she serve? She served a couple minutes?
Right around 45 minutes, I think. Taylor Swift left us in 2009 due to either a car accident or an allergic reaction to sleeping pills, one of those two. Will Ferrell crashed into trees while paragliding in 2006. Don't remember that one. Macaulay Culkin pronounced dead by the internet in 2014. Paul McCartney, that happened with him.
Oh, that's a famous one. That's the another look-alike thing.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
Paul McCartney died back in the 60s.
Yeah, 1966, replaced by a body double. Yep, exactly. And then the really famous one was the Mark Twain one back in 1897. I did report that on the radio, yes. And that's the famous quote of the rumors of my death are
greatly exaggerated.
Yeah. I loved this story when thinking about you, Riz, because Deborah Messing had a lunch recently, and she is very, very much a germaphobe, but she's also very allergic to a lot of foods. So she had called ahead to the restaurant and told them all the things that she can and can't.
I'm not a germaphobe. I'm aware of germs.
Okay.
Nah.
You're close to a germaphobe.
I think you are.
I get skeeved out easily.
You're close to a germaphobe, but you still do things that a germaphobe would never.
I was just going to say it's not changing his life.
Yeah, you shake hands.
Big time.
Use of a handkerchief, like things like that. Those are things germaphobes would never do.
But then again, I've been holding in a cough for like 10 minutes because I know you're going to look at me with that face.
No, and I asked her before. She's been coughing. You got a little cold there? Huh?
And I was like, no.
I noticed I slid my chair.
Yeah, you've already made an appointment
right.
with your doctor. Well, listen to the list of things that Deborah Messing from Will and Grace is allergic to. All white fish, chicken, mushrooms, gluten, dairy, butter, except for feta and goat cheese. She does not eat game, beans, yogurt, broccoli, cauliflower.
She's allergic to all this, or she does not eat this?
Well, she's not. She's allergic to all this stuff.
Oh, my God.
She's lactose intolerant. She cannot have cheese or milk, only coconut milk. List continues. Wool, cats, cashmere, down feathers, flowers, gabardine, which like a cloth.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. The only flower she's not allergic to is orchids. So this restaurant went to all the tables, got rid of all the flowers, and replaced them with pink orchids for her.
And here's nutritional paste for you to eat.
Yeah.
Okay. That's
all for the Will and Grace reboot that's going to last 2 weeks. Thanks.
So she sounds like a delight.
Yeah. Remember back in 2014, Sandra Bullock was home during a home invasion. I don't know if you guys remember this, but she heard a noise while she was sleeping. She woke up and saw a dude dressed in black standing in her workout room.
Mm-hmm.
flipping you out, right? She ran to the closet. She calls the cops. The guy was still there. He gets busted. He's arrested. 41-year-old guy named Joshua Corbett got sentenced to 5 years probation.
Oh, that's it. So he's out.
10-year order of protection. You're standing in somebody's house in the middle of the night, and all you get's probation. It's crazy to me.
But I promise not to do it again,
Especially
Your Honor.
at Sandra Bullock's house.
Yeah, you can't just walk in. I'm sure he well, maybe he did just walk in. Did you lock the door?
Yeah, we've talked before about how those celebs up in the hills up there don't lock their doors because they think they're safe behind their gated communities and whatnot.
You don't have an alarm?
I'd have a couple of them.
You don't have an alarm? You call ADT, I got a guy.
Yeah. Or at least put the signs out
I got
front.
a guy. His name is Tom. He's very great. You know, I'm getting the doorbell that's got the camera in it now.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
Pretty awesome.
I'll remember that when I stop by. Price is Right was on yesterday. The contestant named Ryan broke the show's all-time Plinko record, and he kind of went crazy. This is what it sounded like.
One chip at a time. Put him against the wall. Drop it. 10,000 right in the middle. Good luck, man. 5 chips.
Here we go, guys.
Chip number 1. 10,000 in the middle. 10,000 in the middle.
He was enthusiastic, yes.
Yes.
Oh my God! Oh!
Get another one. Do it again.
Okay.
$1,000.
All right.
Got $11,000 so far.
He started chants with the crowd.
Let it go.
$21,000 now.
21 grand.
Oh my God!
And he still has 2 chips.
Ryan!
Come back. 500 bucks.
Okay.
Yeah!
21,500. Here's his last chip.
Number 5.
Drew's going to shut up and do it.
30,000.
Pretty good.
Oh my God!
Scream like a woman.
So he beat the old record by $1,000.
This just in, Price is Right is now bankrupt because that's the most anybody's ever won ever.
This guy
31
has
grand?
spent his entire life. He watches it every single day. He's obsessed with the show, and he has a method on how he got into it. And he's got to wait a little while, but he's going to try to get back on eventually. So,
well, that's nice.
It's like 99.9% luck, but he nailed it, man.
I watched that Shazam show last night. What is it called? Beat Shazam?
Mm-hmm.
With Jamie Foxx as the host. So I guess they give you a song clip, and you're supposed to guess the song before the Shazam app could do it.
Yeah, that's the the final.
I caught
round,
the last maybe 30 minutes.
Yeah, there's 3 groups of there's 3 groups of 2, so 3 teams of 2, and you play against each other first.
It's Name That Tune.
And then the final round is against the actual Shazam app.
I thought it was pretty good.
Something you'd watch again?
Yeah, I would.
It's weird to me that a big time is Jamie Foxx is the host.
Yeah, and I'm thinking I would do great on this show.
I thought the same thing. I was killing it at home when I was playing, and I'll tell you this: the female DJ, ooh, boy, she is smoking hot.
What's her name again? I'm looking up for somebody else.
October,
yes.
It's Tony Gonzalez's wife.
Oh yes, okay, yeah, she is.
It's
very
October,
attractive.
Oklahoma. Look that up.
And a great play too.
Yeah. Your Krabby birthdays, all celebs celebrating birthdays this weekend. Matt Stone, co-creator of South Park, is 46. Bobcat Goldthwait is 55. Stevie Nicks, 69. Andre 3000 is 42. Adam Carolla is 53. Krista Miller, she was on the Drew Carey Show and Scrubs. She is 53. John Fogerty, 72. And today's birthday of the day. He's an ex-mayor and became a political superstar after his leadership during 9/11. Riz still gets calls from his camp after donating to him years ago. Yep. Rudy Giuliani, 73 years young.
I donated $50 to his campaign years ago. And I got put on all these lists. I still get calls.
He
all
just
these lists.
comes by for barbecues all the time. Crazy. Just wants dinner.
Today's a porno birthday, which is being brought to you by Patricia's, where fun and fantasy meet, is Bailey O'Dare. This one's bad. Today's birthday girl has been wrecked harder than Dale Earnhardt in 69 fine films, including. Yep. Confessions of a MILF Nympho, Streetwalkers, Volume 3, Assfensive,
I get it.
Breast Sellers, Volume 5, MILF Shakes, and who can forget her unforgettable role in This Is Your Mom, having sex in a porno movie.
Okay.
Bailey O'Dare is 43 years old. That's your porno birthday, crappy birthday, and that is your crap on celebrities.
You know, we should mention in theaters this weekend, you have the new Pirates of the Caribbean movie, Dead Men Tell No Tales. Rotten Tomato critics 30%, audience 82%. And you got the new Baywatch, that's with The Rock and Zac Efron. Critics 19%, audience 63%.
And that 19% is up a couple of ticks from about a day and a half ago. Yeah, it was like 14, 15.
It's getting killed as far as reviews go. But
guess if The Rock cares.
The Rock don't care.
Oh, I don't know. I haven't talked to him.
Okay. Thank you, Jeff.
The Rizzuto Show on 105.7 The Point.
All right, we got your Friday fail stories next. And yes, I think for the second week in a row, I'm going to end on death. Something I normally don't do, but I think this time it's justified.
Okay.
I think this time it's okay. Remember last week it was the guy that walked on water. He told he was a priest and he said he will perform a miracle and walk on water, and he walked right into some alligators and they ate him alive.
Yeah. His speech got screwed up. He meant to say walk on alligator instead of walk on water because he did
And
that.
it was, see you later, alligator.
Okay.
It's 8:06 Friday. Another look at your traffic and weather. Here is Patrico.
This guy is a douche with a capital bag.
Coming at you.
Your point traffic update, that being brought to you by Ryan Kelly, thehomeloanexpert.com. Westbound 40, right past K. There's a disabled vehicle blocking the left shoulder. Your point forecast from Fox 2's Dave Murray. Today, partly cloudy. Could see some storms around 85 for the high. Tonight, more clouds, more storms possible, around 65 for the low. This weekend, tomorrow afternoon, could see some bad storms near 90 for the high, mid-60s for the low. Sunday, it's nice, 80 for the high, 60 for the low. Right now, it is 69 downtown at Union Station. Traffic and weather sponsored by St. Louis Bread Company. St. Louis Bread Company is now delivering in participating locations only. Order at PaneraBread.com or download the app. St. Louis Bread Company, food as it should be.
Yeah, we got the real or fake results coming up before we get out of here. More Choice Jewelry, ninjabling.com, the exclusive jeweler of the Riz Show. We were talking before about the major purchases you will make in your life.
Mhm.
Your house, your first car, and my God, your engagement ring.
I remember when I walked in to buy my engagement ring for my wife. It's terrifying.
Terrifying.
Because that's one of the first things for sure that you walk in and you go, I'm about to drop X amount of thousands of dollars on this ring. And this guy who's standing on the other side of a glass counter doesn't really have his sole focus attention on me. He's got 15 other people that he's trying to help, and he's not really even getting to know me. He just goes, what's she like? And that's pretty much it.
Well, here's why it's nerve-wracking, because I don't know what the hell I'm doing. So you got to go to somebody who you could trust. You got to go to the ethical jeweler. And I'm telling you, More Choice Jewelry, they want to have you have a great experience. So this way you tell your friends and family about Moritz Royce, and that's how they get their business.
Riz, tell me how many times you've heard from somebody that they said, yeah, I went up to Moritz Royce and I picked out a piece of jewelry and I'm never going back there again.
0 times.
0.
Because you got a great experience with any one of the staff up there. In fact, go to ninjabling.com. That's their website. And John Royce has like a 2-minute video right on there, breaking it down for you. It's More Choice Jewelry, ninjabling.com. Get the phone number, get the address, and make an appointment. See what we're talking about. More Choice, the exclusive jeweler of the Riz Show, where you get the jewels and not the shaft. Time for your Friday Fail Story! All these people had the perfect plan. Nothing could possibly go wrong. But, oh yeah, it did. And that perfect plan went sideways. And it became an Uber. An Ultra. Dare I say it, Mega.
Fail.
Wow.
The pro.
What happens when Moon's not here?
Yeah, the pro's not here. That was one of our best.
I didn't hear you.
You're right, you didn't.
I did not hear you.
I was down.
I did have somebody try and tickle me, which I was not okay with.
I told her not to.
I didn't hear Casey.
No.
A little disappointed.
Maybe she should do a solo one right now.
Friday Fail Stories, sponsored by
Moritz Royce Jewelry, the exclusive jeweler of the Riz Show.
Hey, remember in Ferris Bueller's Day Off when Ferris hacked into the school's computer and changed the days he was absent? Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
It's a movie. Fun. Innocent.
Nobody would do that in real life.
Well, a 22-year-old from the University of Central Florida, he was failing an engineering class. And he stands accused of sneaking into a campus building, logging into the school's grading system, and changing his F to a B. So he was busted because his professor got a confirmation email from the program he uses to log the grades late that night. You see, he had already approved the grades, got a confirmation email earlier than the day, and the teacher looked over the grading roster and noticed that the student he gave an F to suddenly had a B, and he got an error message when he tried to change it back. And the school wound up pulling some surveillance footage of the student walking around where he shouldn't have been. So he's now facing a felony charge of accessing a computer electronic device with knowledge that such an action is unauthorized.
Yikes.
Fail.
How would you even know how to do that?
I mean...
I guess if you're paying close enough attention.
I mean...
Nerd!
Yeah.
I mean, all he needed to do, if he really wanted to change that B to an F, was when the report card came in, just take a Sharpie and just change it.
That's what I used to do.
Think of that, yeah.
You get an F, and it was easier to change to a B.
Or an A. An A is pretty good, too. I mean,
but that's not,
that's red flags.
That's not believable.
Yeah, I don't think that works in college.
I have tried to change, because we used to get report cards, with they were like computer printouts sent in the mail. And, I'd intercept.
A couple times a year, you'd be getting the mail.
I'd intercept and attempt to change the F to a B. Never worked.
Really?
Never worked. Oh, yeah. And my mom would go, why'd you open up the report card? And then it was, you are not to open this up.
Right. Did you get Fs a lot?
You know what? Remind me, next week I'll bring in some of my report cards.
All right. So, yeah.
The first time I ever got it.
Spoiler alert, yeah.
First time I ever got an F in my entire life was in
Yeah.
And it was because I just didn't go.
Listen, I wasn't an F student. In fact, I was surprisingly on the honor roll freshman and sophomore year.
Wow.
And then
booze.
I was not.
And then you got your license.
This is pretty funny. So at SIUE, they don't send you a report card. They give you the email notification that, hey, log in to see your grades. And so you log into the website and you check it out. Well, that email came across. So when I was living in a house in Edwardsville with 3 of my other buddies, we sat at the table. We were like, guys, grades are in. So everybody logs in. What'd you get, man? Oh, I got a 2.86. My other buddy's like, hey, man, I got a 3.3. We're like, damn. We go, hey, Jeff, what'd you get? 0.0.
Yeah. That was one of my roommates in college, Jesus, failed Spanish. I'm like, dude, you speak fluent Spanish.
You shouldn't even be taking this class.
What was his final? He
was from Spanish, he was still taking that class.
We said, hey, man. Or no, I'm sorry. It was when we were registering for classes for the next semester. We said, what'd you register for? And he's like, this class, and I registered for this class as well. And we go, aren't you currently enrolled in that class? He goes, yeah, but I'm failing. I'm not going to go. Okay, man, you got it.
This is a textbook example of a guy who got in way over his head. So it's a 32-year-old guy. His name is Modaparthi Vashimi Krishna, and he's from Festus. No. No, he's from India. So he is.
You killed Jeff. You killed him.
He is.
I was looking at the word India and you said Festus and it just destroyed me. Sorry.
He's married, but he also has an online girlfriend about 400 miles away who didn't know about his wife. And she'd been pressuring him to meet up, but he didn't really want to get together with her. And he couldn't even afford the plane tickets to do it. So he came up with a truly terrible plan. He forged a plane ticket for her, and then, right before her flight last Saturday, he emailed a bomb hoax to the airport. And after her quote-unquote flight was canceled, problem solved.
Sure. Nobody's going to check on anything.
Well, the cops were able to trace the email to him within a couple days, and he was just arrested and could be looking at up to 5 years in prison. Plus, now his wife and his girlfriend know about each other.
Failed.
So that didn't work out well.
So good. No.
A 51-year-old guy. He's from South Africa. He's a professional big game hunter. I think his name is Thanius, and he specializes in hunting leopards and lions. And he runs trophy hunting trips for Americans. Which, listen, I'm all for taking down a couple deer.
Sure.
Especially if you use the meat. A couple deer steaks are good. Ground deer, good. Mm-hmm. Like a deer burger, okay.
Oh, man, I want deer sausage right now.
Deer sausage?
Yeah.
But some of these big game hunters.
I don't really get it.
Yeah. Is it a macho thing? It's very odd to me.
I agree. And there's a huge, the very large, especially online community that hates those people as well.
Well, plus deer are so overpopulated.
Yeah.
where too many deer actually are bad for the deer in the area because they don't eat enough. Anyway, well, last Friday, he and some clients were out hunting in Zimbabwe when they came across a herd of elephants. 3 of the elephants charged at him. And then this guy and his crew opened fire on the elephants. And one of the elephants managed to get to him, though. And he picked him up with the trunk. Then one of the other hunters shot and killed the elephant. And she fell right on top of this guy, and he was crushed and killed.
Fail.
Oops.
You know how to avoid this? Leave him alone.
Yep. Oh, well. A guy in Russia dropped off his $220,000 luxury Porsche to the mechanic for some routine maintenance. And obviously, the guy had entrusted the mechanic to take great care of his car. Nope. The mechanic decides to take the car out for a spin. On the street, loses control, rams right into a car coming the opposite direction, completely totaled the dude's $220,000 car.
Fail.
See the pictures?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's a... Wow.
You can't drive that anymore.
No. It's a shame. And it's unknown how the mechanic will be able to pay back the cost of the car. At 1:20 in the morning last Monday near Hartford, Connecticut, 25-year-old Harrison Wooten crashed his car into a cemetery stone wall. Cops got to the scene, arrested him for drunk driving, and noticed he was wearing a T-shirt which read, quote, "Hold my beer and watch this." Police then, yes, did watch him take a sad-looking mugshot while wearing that dumb shirt.
Fail.
This is that guy that'll have the "This is my mugshot" T-shirt in his drawer.
Last week in Pasco County, Florida, an SUV slammed into a truck and then into a 14-year-old boy as he was riding his bike. After the accident, the driver of the SUV took off. Scumbag hit and run. A couple hours later, randomly, the brother of the kid who was hit on the bike was at a McDonald's not far from the scene of the accident, heard a man talking on his cell phone about the hit and run.
You got to be kidding me. I saw this video. This was like this video went viral because you could see the entire accident happen from like a security camera at a house. Did you see the video of this?
No.
The kid he gets up and walks away, but this car hits him. I got to pull it up for you. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, well, the brother heard this guy talking about in detail about the hit and run, and the brother says, I wanted to punch the guy in the face. He didn't, though. Called 911, and the 20-year-old driver arrested for hit and run.
Fail.
The phone call as opposed to the swing and punch was probably a good idea.
All right, so here it is. This guy. So when he makes this turn coming down the street, this is the SUV. He's already lost control of the car. Like he was just like not paying attention, so here he comes, hits the truck, and
and
the kid gets up and walks away.
Yeah. Poor kid.
Like here it is from another angle.
He's all right though. Make sure you post that video.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he's good. Like the kid. Like I said, the kid gets up and just walks away.
And the SUV driver took off.
Yep.
Wow. What a dick. Police in Claremont, North Carolina, knocked on the door of a guy named Cody Xiong last week as part of an investigation. And I don't know why they were there, but apparently they had no idea he was growing poppy seeds to make opium with. And, Cody cleared that up immediately, though, because as soon as they opened up the door, he saw the cops and blurted out, "I guess you're here for the opium." Nope.
We are now.
And they ended up raiding his place after that and found a massive field of poppy plants in his backyard. If you're not hip to the whole drug thing, poppy plants could be used to make opium and heroin and other drugs, like hard drugs.
I didn't know that.
And it turned out he had about an acre of poppy plants growing in his backyard worth $500 million.
Ooh. $500 million?
$500 million.
Fail.
He should have just said, "I guess you guys are here for the tickle party."
$500 million worth of poppy growing in his backyard.
Can you imagine
Guess you're here for the opium.
We are now, sir. Thanks.
Can you imagine the cops go, yeah, you do realize that you had $500 million worth of opium growing in your backyard. And he goes, $500 million?
Damn it.
Jesus. That's the guy that probably sells the whole thing for like $38.
This next guy, we got to post this guy's picture. I'm not sure if this guy is bad at crime or great at Aerosmith cosplay. 38-year-old guy named Woodrow Dyer. He's from Marion County, Florida. Had a felony warrant issued last week for possession of a weapon by a convicted felon. And his plan to avoid the cops was dressing up like a woman. But the costume wasn't great, so the dude didn't exactly look like a lady. In fact, he looked a lot like Steven Tyler from Aerosmith.
He sure does.
See what you did there.
That was unintentional, though, actually.
Really?
The dude looks like a lady
Yeah.
thing.
Huh.
And the cops were able to quickly track him down, arrest him, hit with 2 charges of resisting arrest.
Failed.
And the, warrant stuff.
Ah, the picture's great.
2 more for you. And check out how a cell phone thief in Florida got busted last week. Dude was, I guess the phone was ripped off at a party last month, so a sheriff's deputy FaceTimed the phone. And he was able to catch a quick screenshot of the criminal's face. Owner then able to identify the user as an 18-year-old guy who was arrested this week.
Pretty impressive.
Yeah, very impressive. And finally, normally I hate to end on death, but this is okay. Suicide bomber in Nigeria, planning to attack a bunch of students who were at a gathering at a university. It's last Saturday morning. And the bomber claimed to be part of the Boko Haram terrorist group, like real bad. And he was looking for mass casualties. A security guard saw the guy acting strange, started walking towards the bomber. Bomber tried walking away. Something goes wrong. Suicide vest malfunctions. It goes off. Nobody was near him. He was the only one killed.
Failed.
Too bad. Darn it, anyway.
Too bad. Yeah. And those are your Friday Fail stories. Hey, don't forget Donnell Rawlings from Chappelle Show will be here around 9 o'clock. Also, real or fake results. News and sports after the break. It is 8:34 on this Friday. Another look at your traffic and weather. Here's Patrico.
Oh, even Stink would say that stinks.
Coming at you.
And your point traffic update, that being brought to you by Ryan Kelly, thehomeloanexpert.com. Disabled vehicle, that westbound 40 past K, that has been cleared. Still causing a little bit of problems, though. Your point forecast from Fox 2's Dave Murray. Today, partly cloudy. Could see some storms and around 85 for the high. Tonight, more clouds, possible storms in the air, around 65 for the low. This weekend, tomorrow afternoon, we could see some bad storms near 90 for the high, mid-60s for the low. And on Sunday, it's nice, 80 for the high, 60 for the low. Right now, 69 downtown at Union Station. Point traffic and weather sponsored by Mattress Firm. Hurry into Mattress Firm's Memorial Day sale and get savings of up to $1,000 store-wide. Plus, get interest-free financing for 6 years only at Mattress Firm.
Talked a lot about Lena's Pizza here on the program. We're all big fans. And what I want to tell you about them, the stuff you may not know. You know the ingredients are fantastic. You know that it's just a fantastic pizza once you get it. But it is the St. Louis-style frozen pizza, the only frozen pizza with 100% Provel cheese. And it is locally owned, locally produced, locally distributed. It's right down the street. I've watched them hand make each Lena's frozen pizza. That is actually a true story. Hand make each one. Cooks to thin, crispy crust. So if you like that, this is for you as well.
You can tell there's love involved.
Yeah, absolutely.
Honestly.
I just told them love should be one of the toppings.
Mm-hmm.
Just sauce, cheese, love. Finest quality toppings, fresh frozen, spread across edge to edge, 9 different toppings for you to choose from. And again, all of this is on their website, lenaspizzastl.com. And it's one of those things that, let's say it's $7.50. Let's say that's what it is. That's going to feed you, your spouse, and maybe a child or two. That's an $8 dinner right there.
Do you put yours like right on the rack?
I do,
right
yes.
on the oven rack?
Yeah, I do.
There's different ways to do it.
Yeah, I mean that's
the way. No, that's the way.
That's
to
the
do
preferred
it.
way.
Yeah. And then when I pull the pizza out before I cut it, I drizzle some honey on it.
Oh,
it's fantastic. That's the way I do it, Riz.
Judges.
And I've stopped doing it. Great. You can follow Lena's.
I talked to Lena. She doesn't want you doing that
She
anymore.
said stop it. Check them out on both Facebook and Twitter. And also they're on Instagram as well. It's lenaspizzastl.com.
Happy birthday, Riz. It's David Keckner, and you're listening to The Rizzuto Show right here on 105.7 The Point. Do you get it?
I forgot he was in. Champ Kind from Anchorman.
Yeah.
He was a nice guy. St. Louis, not Missouri guy.
Missouri guy,
yeah. St. Louis
Is it
guy.
Kennett? Is that right? No, that's not right.
Was
No,
it
that sounds familiar.
Somewhere like between here and Kansas City?
I think you were right.
Kennett
Jeff.
is where Sheryl Crow is from. And
I
was
think
thinking
it was
maybe
around there.
So, hey, I guess we're gearing up for a big weekend. And, right, Memorial Day. Guys, take Monday off. All right?
Thanks, man.
So here's some neato facts.
Neat.
About Memorial Day. You can put these right in your back pocket. So 25 cities around the country claim to be the birthplace of Memorial Day, but the first state that officially recognized it as a holiday was New York in 1873.
That's neat.
Between now and Labor Day, Americans will eat about 7 billion hot dogs. That's 818 hot dogs every second.
Wow. That's really neat.
Who's going to barbecue this weekend?
I will.
I definitely will.
75% of us will go to a barbecue this weekend. It's the second most popular holiday for grilling. What's first?
4th of July.
My God, that is the neatest thing I've ever heard.
39.3 million Americans are traveling this weekend, up from about 3% last year. 88% are driving to their destination, and Orlando is the most popular place to go.
4 letters. N-E-A-T.
That's us next year.
You're going to have a great time.
Mm-hmm.
Be careful out there, though, because there is a 25% bump in cooking-related fires on Memorial Day. About 50,000 people will be injured in car accidents this weekend, and 44% of traffic fatalities will involve alcohol.
Neat.
And finally, 42 million veterans have served in wartime, and a total of 1.3 million Americans have lost their lives defending the U.S., and that's an important stat since remembering them is what Memorial Day is really all about.
By the way, David Keckner from Tipton, Missouri, not
Tipton,
Kennett.
that's it.
Yeah, Tipton.
All right, let's do some news.
Oh, yeah. We gonna do some news.
And your news being sponsored by
Club Fitness, where they welcome everybody. More amenities, more locations, 23 and growing.
So you think that doing some time in jail would kind of set you straight? You learn a lesson? From now on, I'm on the straight and narrow. Nope, not with this guy. 34-year-old guy from DeSoto arrested after police found him sleeping in a stolen pickup truck in a McDonald's parking lot last Thursday. They also found capsules of pure heroin on him. And he'd stolen the super sweet Chevy Silverado from Peevely Elementary School minutes after he was released from jail. Minutes. And I guess this guy bonded out. So dude is on the street again. And police say, hey, don't worry, we know where he lives and he's being monitored. But that seems kind of weird.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You let him go right away?
Yeah, that was the second truck that he stole.
Oh, he stole.
So he stole a truck, and they found him sleeping inside of a truck in a McDonald's parking lot.
Yeah, that's the Silverado.
Yeah, they arrested him. He bonded out. He walked over to the elementary school, got into another truck, stole that.
Oh, I thought he stole the Silverado from the elementary school. Oh.
No, stole another truck. That's when they busted him again, arrested him, and then they released him. And apparently, I think they were waiting on warrants for the drug charges, which were pending like a medical result that was coming back.
Yeah, so but once even from stealing the trucks.
I know.
Wouldn't that be enough?
I would think.
I guess I don't know how it works, but I guess he bonded out. I mean.
Okay. A couple of days ago, we told you about Richard Gamache Jr. He was the 24-year-old guy who's facing charges of child abuse resulting in death. 2-year-old Addie Cook was suffering from a seizure and died at the hospital a couple of days later after Richard performed wrestling moves on her, something called the Batista Bomb. And the little girl's mom, 19-year-old Cheyenne Cook, also been charged with endangering the welfare of a child. Well, the WWE has issued a statement on the case. Yeah, that went all the way over there. They say, quote, "We're deeply saddened by this tragic death and hope that the guilty parties are brought to justice. There is no excuse or justification for the brutal and untimely fatal beating of a 2-year-old child by a grown man. This is a clear case of criminal intent and a lack of parental supervision." And cops say that Cheyenne didn't stop the abuse because she was afraid of losing custody of her kid or hurting her relationship with Richard.
Wow.
And they'd been living together for about 6 days before Addie was taken to the hospital. So this is a terrible story all around.
She didn't stop the abuse because she was worried about losing the kid, partially.
Yeah.
You lost the kid.
From what I understand, from what I've been told, that's her second kid. Like, she's got an older kid. She's 19.
She's young.
Wow. So she's got 2 kids at 19.
Oh, hopefully that other kid is nowhere near her life.
Nope. From what I was told, I'm not sure if that's confirmed or not, but the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration yesterday predicted an above-normal Atlantic hurricane season. And the forecast calls for 11 to 17 named storms with 5 to 9 hurricanes. 2 to 4 hurricanes are expected to be major, with sustained winds of at least 111 miles an hour. And I guess the hurricane season starts on June 1st. Last year's hurricane season was the first above-normal season since 2012. 15 named storms, 7 hurricanes, 4 major hurricanes. Remember Hurricanes Matthew and I think it was Hermione last year? Those are 2 of the big ones. And finally, a medicine made from marijuana has decreased the number of seizures in some epileptic kids. And that's according to the New England Journal of Medicine, which I read all the time. And the study utilized a liquid form of some ingredient in marijuana, one of more than 100 ingredients in marijuana. And it's not one of the ingredients that gives you a high. And the study leader says this is the first solid, rigorously obtained scientific data.
So is this proving what people have been using this for kind of in a rogue sort of way for the kids anyway?
Yes,
okay.
I would think.
I didn't know if this was something new or if this was something.
But again, this is an ingredient that doesn't cause.
That's the whole
the highness.
Yeah, that's the whole argument behind this. Like, give it to the kid. It's not going to do anything to the kid except for help it.
And the children in the study suffer from like a severe form of epilepsy. But it's helping decrease the amount of seizures, which is, just a great breakthrough.
That's fantastic news, man, for parents and for the kids.
All right, that's news brought to you by Dunkin' Donuts. America runs on Dunkin'.
Don't screw this up, fatty.
Sports brought to you by Gateway Carplex inside Gateway Motorsports Park. It's now open for the ride of your life. GatewayCarplex.com. Cardinals and Dodgers wrapped up their series in L.A. last night, and the Dodgers picked up a 7-3 win. Cardinals now travel to Colorado to take on the Rockies. First pitch tonight from Coors Field is at 7:40. Carlos Martinez gets the start. We now have the matchup set for the Stanley Cup Final, and here's what it sounded like at the end of the Pittsburgh-Ottawa game last night in double overtime.
That one came off Stallberg. It's Schultz working it back in deep. Fresh from the bench, it's Crosby. Crosby on Kunitz and shot. Penguins win it! And they go to the final!
Boy,
That was the
Doc Emmerich, man, he's awesome.
Yeah,
I love that guy.
I wish I could tell you what I texted Donnie last night about that guy. He's amazing. He's so good. I could listen to him do any sport whatsoever. The guy's just fantastic.
He does water polo during the Olympics. You know that?
Yeah.
I think we talked about that. Yeah, that's fantastic. Good for him.
Yeah, he's very, and you know what's funny is he sounds just like that. Like, you know, some of the announcer guys when they do, especially hockey where it's a constant, they kind of have a little bit of change in their voice.
Yeah.
That's exactly how he sounds. Like, I remember a couple games when he was around the Scott Trade Center running into that, "Hey man, how are you?" It sounds exactly like that. And it's like actually kind of like, wow, man, this dude's voice is magical. Like. Yeah. So they will take on the Penguins. They will take on the Predators in the finals. That's the second trip in a row to the finals for the Penguins, and that game gets started on Monday. Penguins will host Game 1 on NBC at 7 p.m.
Now you got the Predators being off a full week. A full week.
Yeah.
Is that a disadvantage?
I don't know,
you
man.
can say this with everything. You know, the same with the NBA finals with Cleveland. Enough.
I'll bet you they're rusty. I'll bet you they're rusty the first couple periods of that first game.
See, you could say that, and then some people will say that the extra rest is fine too, because it's not like they're just sitting at home with their feet on the couch.
I know.
They're practicing every day. They're still skating every day.
Which doesn't
drills every day.
You can't recreate game speed.
Right.
But I think the big advantage is resting, because at this point everybody's got something wrong with them.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, if any player had a little tiny tweak that, man, my knee's been really bothering me, maybe a full week off will bring you back to 100%. One piece of Blues notes here that the Blues have hired Steve Ott as an assistant coach. He will actually be on the bench, and he'll be helping out, which is really cool because every Blues player that you talk to say that Steve Ott was a leader when he was on the team and one of the most respected guys to play the game.
He's one of those smack talkers. I wonder if he's going to be able to hold back.
That is true.
He's going to be wearing a suit and tie behind the bench, you know?
That's fun.
I thought of that too.
Finally, here for the third year in a row, we're going to have the Golden State Warriors and the Cleveland Cavaliers play for the NBA championship. Back in 2015, Warriors won. Then it was the Cavs, and now we'll see who wins the third meetup between the Cavaliers and the Warriors. Cleveland beat the Boston Celtics last night. Crazy stat here about the Cleveland Cavaliers. Well, more or less about LeBron James. First off, LeBron James surpassed Michael Jordan, record holder for most points in the postseason. And this will be LeBron James' 7th straight NBA Finals appearance, which is nuts. He appeared in 4 with the Heat. Now his 3rd straight with the Cavs. Dude is good. I'm Patrico. That's your sports. And boom goes the dynamite.
All right, I believe our guest will be here shortly. Any word?
Not for me. I'm waiting.
All right. Well, hopefully after the break we'll talk to Donnell Rawlings. If not, maybe your headline goo. Maybe, if you're good. If you're good, guys.
By the way, he's talking to us.
8:55. Friday, another look at your traffic and weather. Here is Patrico.
I'm fat.
Coming at you.
Your point traffic update, that being brought to you by Ryan Kelly, thehomeloanexpert.com. You're all good. Nothing to report. Your point forecast from Fox 2's Dave Murray. Today, partly cloudy. Could see some storms and around 85 for the high. Tonight, more clouds. Possible storms in the area around 65 for the low. This weekend, tomorrow afternoon, could see some bad storms near 90 for the high, mid-60s for the low. Sunday, it's nice, 80 for the high, 60 for the low. Right now, it is 70 downtown at Union Station. Sponsored by Panera. Sponsored by St. Louis Bread Company. St. Louis Bread Company is now delivering in participating locations only. Order at PaneraBread.com or download the app. St. Louis Bread Company, food as it should be.
I told the story on the air yesterday of Jeff when you were running in the park, and somebody asked you, an older gentleman asked you which direction to run, and you had your trunk open.
Yes.
And you had all the gifts that Patricia gave you.
Oh, a huge
from
box.
Your birthday?
Yeah.
In your trunk.
And a box of stuff spilling out all over the place.
Like vibrating stuff and
yeah.
movies. Wasn't like a DVD collection of like 100 plus hours of a certain act.
2 of them, 100 hours of that, and 100 hours of just straight up 24 hours porn. Unbelievable. And a pump of some sort, and it wasn't for my tire.
Right.
Yeah.
And the guy did take off.
Turns out, great kisser, that guy. It's really...
Patricia's is where fun and fantasy meet. That's where you go for the sexy lingerie, the costumes, the movies, the lotions, the lubes, the vibrating toys, the non-vibrating toys. Really something for everyone. Spice up your love life. Go to Patricia's. Have a little fun. The employees there are great. Everybody from Susan to Porno Carl to Ty. They're all great over there. They'll never judge you. And this is not a seedy roadside sex shop.
This isn't not a job for them. They love what they do.
Oh, absolutely.
They really do.
How could you not love working there? It's all about fun. So Patricia's, 3 locations. St. Peter's, the Cave Springs exit, on Page, 3 miles east of the Westport Plaza, and at the corner of Grand and Gravois. We love them. It's Patricia's, where fun and fantasy meet.
Rizzuto Show.
All right, welcome back to the Riz Show. Our phone number, 314-969-DUDE, 314-969-3833. Metro PCS cameras and chat room, 1057thepoint.com/Riz. And we got our guest here, Mr. Donnell Rawlings.
Hot Riz, bitch! I feel like that's like my automatic morning wake-up call. I got to say that every morning.
Listen, I wasn't going to do it.
And I like that intro music that Bedry had for me coming up all the way up. It's a new song. That's a new promotional audio for Viagra. That's the theme song for Viagra all the way up. You didn't know that. Learn something new every day. Cialis and Viagra.
Mr. Rawlings is at Helium Comedy Club this weekend. 2 shows tonight, 2 shows tomorrow. You know him from Chappelle Show. And, Ashley Larry and the I'm Rich Biatch guy.
Yeah, I'm fully moisturized today.
and you were a morning show guy, like a morning radio show guy.
Yeah, I was a morning radio guy for some time. They say the rule to radio, you're nobody in radio until you've been fired 3 times. So I've been fired 3 times. So that makes
From radio?
That makes me somebody that doesn't have a job in radio.
All right, so I want your radio history. So you worked in New York City. Actually, you were on a pretty big morning show.
Yeah, I was
in
at
New York City.
I was at Hot 97 years ago,
which is our sister station, like our company.
Yeah, my key card didn't work in that building. And I went to Power 105. Key card didn't work in that building.
Okay.
And then I went to WPGC in Washington, D.C. Key card didn't work in that building.
No. Well, Jeff over there has been fired. How many times? 5 times?
From here, today, twice already.
In one day?
Yeah, no, I'm just joking. No, this place has let me go a couple of times.
You want to hear the most savage thing? Tell him the most savage story about you getting
fired.
fired.
Oh, yeah. So the last time I got fired, we have an HR lady here named Patty who's been here for 25 years,
and
something
that
like
person
that.
is never looking in your face when you go into the PD's office.
Check this out.
Oh, this is she's the only HR person here.
Right.
And we had just had a round of firings happen, and a couple of people had been here 15, 20 years.
And you know radio, every once in a while there's like a bunch of layoffs at once.
Right.
Like they just, all right.
Key card.
You wait for the phone call from the HR people.
Yeah.
All right, come see me, and it's just one of those kind of massive layoff things.
Right. So this lady named Patty, she has to be the person to do the paperwork and whatever. And I started thinking after the last 2 rounds of people that had been here for 12, 15, 20 years, they're friends of hers because she's been here this long.
Right.
She did this firing, and I sent her some flowers. And like, hey, man, nobody ever thinks of the HR person who has to...
Before you get let go?
Yeah, before I got let go. And then like 2 days later... I get to work and I get an email from her saying, hey, can you come down and see me? I was like, oh, yeah, sure. She's going to thank me for the flowers. Nope, fired me.
Really?
That was the day I got fired.
He got the HR lady flowers the day
she got
before.
fired. Were the flowers still on her desk when you went
Oh,
to
yeah,
see
they
her?
were sitting right there.
I would have snatched my flowers. Somebody been ready for a good date. I'm like, give me my flowers, bitch. I'm gone.
And little did you know that the flowers are filled
And the
with
fact
smallpox.
that we know that her name is Patty, if you hear Patty's name, somebody's about to get fired.
Yep, you know it.
Oh, you wait for that phone call.
Yeah.
Patty cakes.
Anytime she walks by the studio here, even if she wants to pop in just to say hey or just to contribute, everybody, we get a little.
she's a very nice
a little
lady.
bit. And you know it's about to happen because they always say when you're about to get fired because they commend you on all the good things you've done so far.
Yeah.
You've done a great job here, but we're going in a different direction. I'm like, well, my car goes 2-way street, so I can go whatever direction you want.
Yeah.
But it happens, and you're still here. I mean,
I'm here again.
You're back, so
Yes.
you're good.
Well, have you ever-
Patty, is Patty still here?
Patty is still here.
Patty's
She's
a
a
great
wonderful woman, yes.
Patty, we love you, but there would be no flowers.
Not today. Not ever.
Today. Never
Not
again.
ever.
No.
Not today.
Did they send out the email saying we wish Donnell luck in his future endeavors?
They didn't do that, but with imaging, you become not a part of the show really quick. Because one of the shows, it was like the Ed Lover show with Egypt and Ashley. Then it was like the Ed Lover show with Egypt. You know what I mean? Like,
It's just real easy to delete you right out of there.
And then I got fired before like social media was really popular, like Twitter or whatever. So one thing about radio now, if you get fired, if you have a strong following on your social media, you still can exist.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? It's like, okay, you can basically just transfer, go to social media.
Follow me on my podcast.
Exactly. When I got fired, it was nothing. Like it was just like, what happened? Everywhere I walked, they were like, hey, what happened? You're not on radio anymore. But I really enjoyed doing radio. And I think the times I got fired, it was just like, one time was when Don Iman's situation was going on. Every program director felt like they had to do something to show everybody.
They had to everybody puckered up.
Yeah. So, and I got caught up with that. But I missed it, and I was pretty good on radio. So, and I'd love to get back to it, but, it is what it is. I'm doing jokes now.
Well, do you remember what you did what was the thing that got you fired?
Well, there was a couple of, it wasn't, one of them wasn't fire. I had a no clause in my contract. No clause No cause clause.
Okay.
Meaning, they could just wake up one day and just say, we just don't want him here anymore, and there was no argument.
So you didn't need to do something to get fired.
Right,
they could just fire you because they wanted to.
Because they wanted.
Just because a program director woke up on the wrong side of the bed.
Exactly, but the severance pay for getting fired was really nice.
Oh, that's good.
So when I got let go and they went in a different direction, I was like, yes, I'm going on vacation now.
Right.
I'm just gonna tell some jokes. But one of them I did I used to do, you know that show You Think You're Smarter Than a Fifth Grader?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So I used to write a lot of features for us, and I had this feature called You Think You're Smarter Than Everybody. And it would be a different person every day.
Mm-hmm.
You think you're smarter than a Jamaican, and then we have people like Jamaicans call or whatever. You think you're smarter than that's the one that got me fired. When I did smarter than a redneck, smarter than a Jamaican, but once I did You Think You're Smarter Than an Asian, it was like, cut to Donnell doesn't have a job anymore.
Really?
Yeah.
That seems quite tame.
Yeah, it sure does.
In New York, when the Asian community is spending so much money on your radio station, it's not tame at all.
But why is that?
Yeah,
why is that even a bad thing?
Some Asian dude woke up in the morning and decided he wanted to buy somebody flowers, man.
Was like did you? I mean, did you say like stereotypical
Wait for it,
things?
let that marinate, son. Let that marinate. No, but go ahead.
Was it one of those things where it was a stereotypical? Well, Asians are good at math.
Oh yeah, it was everything stereotypical. That was the whole thing. Do you think you're smart? Everything. I mean, I think rice turned into lice.
Oh,
it was one of those things. See, now you see why they
just
went
one of those
against
times.
I offended everybody. It wasn't like I just offended one group.
Yeah.
Like every day, I took enough time to offend everybody that I knew, and it was funny. It was entertaining.
All right, so then your radio career is over, and you go, okay, what am I going to do now? Were you still doing?
No,
stand-up?
I never said what am I going to do now. In fact, radio was an addition to things that I was already doing. Where every time I did radio, things were going good for me when film and television. I was in a good place, and radio just happened to fall in my lap. I never pursued a radio job. But it's like everybody, like one group of guys got fired, then I came in as a guest, they decided to keep me.
Mm-hmm.
Another group of guys got fired, came as a guest, they decided to keep me. But to be honest, I had to make time for radio. So when I got fired, it wasn't like, oh my God, what do I do now? It just gave me more of a opportunity to do more road work. Because I was committed to radio, so I wouldn't do as much stand-up gigs. So I was like, let me make this radio thing work for me. Then I'll go out when I feel like it. But I just started continuing to tour after it was over.
All right, so what about Chappelle Show? How'd you get that?
Chappelle Show years ago, Neil Brennan, who was co-executive producer, co-writer, co-best friends with Dave, they wrote a Half-Baked years ago. Everybody knows that.
Yeah, I love that movie.
So he had a 3-picture deal. I forget what production company. But long story short, he was writing all these films that were, he was getting paid to do them, to write them, but they weren't getting green lit. Neil Brennan, that is. So he used to be a PA for In Living Color years ago. I did an audition. He became a fan of mine. He wanted to direct, so he didn't have a body of work. He called my manager. He was like, yo, I'm trying to start directing, but I need a body of work. I wrote this little short film. You think Donnie would be interested in doing it for me? And at the time, I was doing HBO's The Corner, and I was doing some other things, and I thought I was kind of the man. I was like, listen, I know you can't afford to pay me.
On this little indie thing you're doing, okay.
But Lil was already rich from the film. He was like, I know you can't afford to pay me, but if you're in a situation where you could throw me a bone, it would be nice, but, not a big deal. Cut to 4 months later, he was like, I got this show I'm working on. I want you to be involved. I was like, what's the name of it? He's like, I don't know the name of it yet. He was like, then I was like, well, when you find out the name of the show, let me know.
You ring me.
Yeah, you let me ring. And the name of the show that he was referring to was Chappelle Show. And the rest was history.
Did you know Dave?
I knew Dave, but I wasn't like, I knew Dave because we're both from D.C.
Mm-hmm.
But he was like, he started, like, I'm older than him, but he started young in the career, like 14. So he was already ahead of me in stand-up, but I knew of his reputation, but I didn't know him like that. So it was it was Neil's introduction to the show that got me popping on the show.
Do you remember what was the first sketch you did with Chappelle?
The first sketch was the reparation sketch.
Oh, the one that made you.
Yeah, and it was so
gave
funny.
you the famous catchphrase.
It was so funny because when we did that sketch, I was screwing up. Like I didn't have a driver's license at the time. And they said, "Can you drive?" And nobody asked for my driver's license. I was like, "Hell yeah!"
People just assumed you had one.
Yeah, they just assumed what you should. A grown man, you should assume he has a driver's
Right.
license. But New York, you just ride or die. New York is whatever. So they like this. Do you have a license? I mean, they didn't ask me, so I had to drive that truck, and we didn't have money to like actually shut down an entire block for shooting. So the street we were on, it was a hot street.
Yeah.
So when that light turned green, it turned green. So I had to drive the truck. I had to not hit the news reporter because she was on the Apple box. I had to hit my mark. I had to take the keys off. And I was nervous as hell in Harlem. You know, I was pretty new to it. And I had to deliver that line. And every time I did it, I was screwing up, man. I was like, I'm rich, bitch. You know what I mean? I was like,
I am rich, bitch.
Yeah, I am the bitch that's rich. You know, and Neil looked at me and Neil started getting upset with me, right? And Neil was like, yo, listen, B, because Neil is the blackest white dude you ever gonna meet, right? And I think Neil's so black. When we was writing this, when he was writing scripts, he wouldn't put no words for me. He would just put son and just let me go for it, right?
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I'm trying to hit the mark, say the phrase right, and Neil's like, yo, B, we don't have time to do this all day. Either you're gonna get it right now, or we're just gonna cut you from the skit. At that time, nobody was a cast member. It was like you was only good as your last skit. So out of frustration, I was like, I'm rich, bitch! And it was like, okay, that's it. And it was like...
Well, here's how it wound up.
Sir, now that you've got your check, do you plan on quitting your job driving this truck?
Truck driver? I ain't no truck driver. I'm a janitor.
Janitor?
That's right, baby. I just bought this truck straight cash. And I got enough cigarettes to last me and my family for the rest of our lives. I'm rich, bitch!
Oh, my God.
Yo, the thing about it was, like, I didn't know that was going to be a part of the vanity card or whatever. At the end of the show.
They say that at the end of every Chappelle show.
At the end of every show, but it was just a thing when they played. I don't know. Dave fell in love with it, and when they did it on the wraparounds in the studio, like when we showed the actual skit, people responded to it. So Dave decided to put it at the end of the show, and it has its good and its bad. The good is people recognize my voice from it, but the bad is when I go out with my friends.
That's all people yell.
No, not that. I could deal with that part. It's when we eat dinner and the check comes.
Oh,
nobody goes for their wallet. They're like, I thought you was rich, bitch. Yeah. I was like, yo, that's TV, man. You better give me some damn money.
And was that the first season?
That was the first season.
That was the first season.
Yeah.
And I mean, what a cultural phenomenon that show was.
You know, and people come up to me all the time and they're like, man, I know you get tired of this. People saying this. And, you know, I'm not one of those comics. Like, I embrace what I do and I embrace how people engage and people engage with me. And at the end of the day in comedy, it's so hard to be recognized from anything. So when something that you can connect with or people connect with, why run from it? You know what I'm saying? If you don't want to take pictures or if you don't want to, don't go out. You know what I'm saying? You're like, you're a public figure. This is the life you chose, and you got to be good to your peoples, man.
So the show starts blowing up. Did you guys even realize, like, holy cow, this is something?
I think I was the only one that had confidence in a show like that because before this show, David, like 11 pilots that didn't make it. You know, so that's why his company's called Pilot Boy. So he was used to like, what happened to it? Yeah, what happened to it? But it was always, everything was new to me. But I used to tell Dave, I said, man, the streets are talking. He was like, what did the streets say? Because I would actually go in the streets. I would go to barbershops, and I could see, like, for the most part, Dave Chappelle, before that show, he was mainstream comic, mainstream
He was
draw.
the half-baked guy.
Yeah, he was a half-baked guy. And I'm talking about, this is real talk. On the urban side, the hood side, whatever, people was feeling him, but it wasn't a show yet that brought everything together where everybody liked him for one thing. And I could just feel the energy in the streets when I used to go to the barbershop. I could feel people talking about it. And I could just feel it was going to be good. And every week, I would call, like, the ratings going up, whatever. Every week, I would call a number, and that number came to be truth. And the show just blew up. Nobody could imagine it would have been the show that kids were getting suspended from school from. Nobody could imagine that it would be the show that college kids, they planned date night. It was like Chappelle's Show Wednesday.
Chappelle's Show was the last show that I had appointment watching for.
Yeah.
Like I knew it was on.
Same here.
It was 9 o'clock here, right? Wednesdays?
Yep.
9 o'clock Wednesdays here. And I had to be at home because everybody talked about it the next day.
Yeah. And then it was one of those shows, man. It was like people like, yeah, it was so true. Like, it was so far, so long ago. Like, what's happening now? You fell off, but this not easy to be a part of an iconic show.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
you know what I'm saying? And then it makes everything else look like, oh, what is he doing now? I'm doing the same thing, but I just was lucky enough to be a part of a show that just killed. And another thing that was up about the show, like the feedback, like when I traveled and I meet like military guys that did like 3 and 4 tours in Afghanistan, it was like, yo, we had some tough times, man, but we used to all get together. And one of the things that helped us get through it was you and Dave and Charlie on that show. You know, one of my friends, he's become a good friend of mine. His son has he's disability and meningitis, but he has physically like challenged now. And I remember when I first met this guy on Instagram, he was like, "Yo, man, you don't understand." He said, "Man, when our son was like in the hospital for 6 months, we didn't know if he was going to make it. You know, somebody gave me and my wife a Chappelle Show DVD, and we watched it, and we felt kind of bad because we was like, wait a minute, we're in the hospital, we're laughing, we have a good time." He said, but he realized that helped them get through the dark times. And man, this guy have built a dope friendship off of social media in the relationship that Chappelle Show had in his life. So as funny as it was to people, I know that show meant a lot to people in their lives. So, you know, I'm always grateful and thankful that I had an opportunity to be a part of history.
And black and white, everybody loved that show.
Everybody, black, white, Asian, whatever. I shouldn't have said Asian. Patty's going to come
go.
here.
Yeah, Patty wants to see you. Yeah.
But you guys had three good seasons, right?
Yeah, 2.5. You want to say 2.5?
And then it's over.
It's over. You know.
Did you have any say?
Of course, I didn't have any say. I wasn't really rich, bitch.
But how shocked were you guys?
I felt it was weird because, like, up until that point, I remember we were with the last sketch, or the last time I saw Dave before he left was we were doing the monster sketch where I played the mummy, Dave was a werewolf, and Charlie Murphy was a Frankenstein. Mm-hmm. And, like, me and Charlie just happy to come back to work. We, like, first 2 seasons dope. Third season's about to just go be out of control. And Dave was a werewolf. He was dressed as a werewolf, and I looked at him, and he looked at me, and he said, he was like, I guess $52 million is not enough. And I'm looking at him like, what the hell is, like, I don't know what bank you go to, but the Bank of My America? I was like,
so and he had just signed his $52 million contract.
Yeah, at some point before that, yeah. I mean, I think it happened before we actually went to work, of course, because we wouldn't have been at work. And, like, it took a while for him to come to terms with what he wanted and he got that, and then it was a change of heart or mind and just didn't want to do it anymore.
Did he look depressed?
No, he didn't look. I mean, when somebody says 52, not $1 million, you're going to ask questions.
Uh-huh.
I was like, but it didn't. It looked like it. I mean, I saw some detachment. You know what I'm saying? But I couldn't call it. Like, it was something that he kept close to his heart and his mind, and never really questioned him about it. You know, and people like, do I think Dave's? People say, you think Dave's crazy? I'm like, I think you're crazy for asking me. Is he crazy? Because no sane person leaves $52 million on the table without an explanation. I don't know what the explanation was. I don't know what happened. And I know I couldn't afford to, I couldn't. People like, Donnell, you think you're going to, like, go nuts, whatever? I'm like, I talked to my accountant, and he said, I can't afford to
You're
go
not allowed to.
Yeah, he said, I can afford to have a nervous breakdown.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Or a bad day, but a whole meltdown. No, but you don't know what's on people's mind. You don't know what makes people do certain things. Dave's back, of course. In my opinion, he never left because he continued to do stand-up. And, like, for a person to be able to just say, I don't need your $52 million, and then 10, 12 years later come back and get 60,
yeah.
I ain't going to say more, 60 more million.
Yeah, for
that
money.
You got to say more million.
It's almost like he never skipped a beat. But honestly, how did you find out that the Chappelle Show was over?
When they said Dave's not coming to work.
Did somebody call you? Your agent call you?
No, it was like he didn't come to work that day. And then there was like a thing like nobody knew what was up. So, but I told Neil, Neil was like, where do you think he went? I said, man, Dave went to Africa. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I know he was like, oh, why? Because he's black. It wasn't that, because I remember one time the agreement was me, Dave, Mos Def, Yassine Bey now, and was a couple other people, and we were just talking about Africa, and we were talking about the cost of living in Africa, the lifestyle, and Dave's eyes were like lit, like, whoa, that sounds dope. And when he disappeared, I just like, he's probably in Africa.
And he was.
And he was in Africa.
And he was.
Yep.
Now, was there any resentment?
No, never that. The guy gave me a platform to show people what I've been doing for years. You know, people would like to say the Chappelle Show made you or whatever, but I think it was like one hand washes the other. Somebody would give you opportunity, but what are you going to do with it? Everybody get a chance to get in the game, but who's going to hit the shot? So with Dave creating a platform, I came through. It wasn't like had a deal where we were all like cast members on that show. It was only you were as good as the last sketch you did. So if you did something that was good and people appreciated it, there was opportunity for you to come back on the show. But it was never set in stone like, you're here, we have to write for you.
Yeah, but I mean, honestly, you weren't pissed off, or any members of the cast were pissed off. You're like, look at this guy, gets the biggest deal.
No, not at all. Never felt that way at all because, again, I wasn't guaranteed anything. You know what I'm saying? So for every sketch that I did on the show, I had to figure out a way to make money and parlay that to something else.
Yeah.
It wasn't Dave's or anybody's responsibility. It was a shot. You know what I'm saying? Because it wasn't like we're finding the cast for the show. Like, we didn't know if we were going to ever be back on the show. It was just like, hopefully they'll call me again.
So you were just kind of like a hired gun, basically, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, like every time that I was on the show, I had to sign another contract.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I don't think I ever saw like the Chappelle Show featuring.
No, it was
so
never.
It was never.
Just like if you were good and you were likable and people responded to you, there was it worked out for you. But the thing with me, when I was one part of the show, I was also the warm-up comic for when we did the studio stuff.
Yeah.
So a lot of people don't know one of the reasons why people responded to me so well on that show is because I would do stand-up. I would warm up the show before Dave come on, so I would light the show up before I actually was on the screen. So when people saw me come on the screen, they were laughing.
It was a familiar face.
It was a familiar face. It was like, oh, it just sounded like this guy is like a rock star when actually I just ripped in the audience and then it transferred to that. And I never knew what next sketch I went to. Before I did the Player Haters Ball, I asked Neil Brennan, I was like, what's going to be my next sketch? He was like, I don't know. Player Haters Ball. So I looked at the call sheet and I didn't see my name and I was like, I thought I was supposed to be on here. He was like, oh yeah, I forgot. He was like, well, just make up something. So the night before I had 24 hours, I had to create a character. I called wardrobe and makeup and hair. I don't have any hair, so that was easy.
That was easy.
I told him I want a weird suit, something real shiny and flashy, pimpish. I went to hair and makeup. I was like, give me a wig. I want a jerry curl. Then I went to props. I went to props and I was like, yo, I want a champagne bottle with curl activator. So they thought that was going to be too sloppy. So they said, yo, we can do this aerosol can, right? So I was like, yeah. So the character did not exist on paper. He doesn't exist in anybody's mind. So I'm walking. I'm like, Neil, what's my name? He was like, I don't know. Name yourself something. I'm like, yeah, no help, man. So I'm walking past this mirror, and I looked, and I was like, man, I feel beautiful. I was like, I feel beautiful. And I was like, ding, ding, that's my name, beautiful. So I went to Neil, and I was like, my name is beautiful. He was like, he just looked at me like he knew about something crazy was going to happen.
Yeah.
And every word that I said in that sketch, because it wasn't no dialogue, it was all improv. It was all stuff that I made up. And another thing people don't know is like when I was on the show, if you had an editor sit down and put together all the time I was on screen, it probably was 3 minutes of screen time. I didn't talk a lot.
But you made him count.
And I was like, I always said, like, Ashy Larry, he wasn't Ashy. He was just Larry. And then I was like, when I was young, I used to shoot dice, and the way my mother knew, because my knees would be ashy and scraped up. So when I thought about playing a dice rolling guy, I was like, I want to be ashy. I want to be so ashy that I could write how much money people owe me on the side of my leg. So it went from Larry to Ashy Larry. And like if we would work if they had like a 6-day schedule and I was only supposed to work one day, because at the time I was broke. So I would go on set every day just for free. I had free food and I got to be on set. I could learn some stuff. And there was always a chance of me just hanging around. Dave would be like, you want to be in this sketch? Like when we did the Wayne Brady sketch, Neil Brennan, we didn't have a closing to that sketch. He was like, yo, you want to get shot, B? I was like, I love to get shot. Right?
I forgot that. That's how that ended with you getting shot.
Yeah, it was me getting shot, and it was funny because, like, they was like, Wayne Brady is right there. Like, he wasn't actually, they shoot in reverse. He wasn't actually there.
Mm-hmm.
The clothes I had on was my actual dress civilian clothes. He was like, you want to get shot? I was like, yeah. And I always said, like, whenever you get an opportunity, you don't know if they're going to do it again. So they was like, bang, 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 bang. And when I leaned back and acted like I got shot, my jacket actually got caught. Or if you remember that scene, I was like, oh, it's Wayne Brady, son. And then I go and my jacket gets caught on the fence or the window. And I was like, man, please don't let them mess this up for me. So I just kept swinging with it. I just kept swinging with it. And the funny thing was that was the one that they kept.
They kept.
And it was cool. And I'll say this to up and comings or whatever, people that's into this business or whatever, be ready to do what the next man won't do and go harder than the next person.
Yeah.
And
you got to make yourself stand out.
You got to make yourself stand out. And they appreciate it. I was easy to work with. I brought the funny in. Here we are today. I'm at Helium this weekend.
And on the Riz Show. How about that?
Yes. Yeah.
Helium Comedy Club, 2 shows tonight, 7:30 and 10 o'clock.
And there are no flowers. No flowers.
No flowers for you.
Saturday, 7:30 and 10 o'clock. It's Donnell Rawlings. Thanks so much for stopping by.
I'd like to say, if you like me on The Wire, if you like me on Guy Code or any of the things I did, a lot of people don't know that I do stand up, but that's the thing. That's my bread and butter. I love it. You won't be let down. If you see me before, I'll always rotate my material. Last night was a great time. This club, when there's certain places you go to, once you go into the building, you're like, I'm about to have a good time.
Yeah.
When I walked in there, from the being new, from the being nice, the staff, the stage is perfect, the lights are perfect, the sound's perfect. It's like a place where you have to do well. So come and enjoy me and have some fun.
The website is heliumcomedy.com. It's Donnell Rawlings, everybody.
Yes!
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, it's 9:31 on this Friday. Another look at your traffic and weather. Here is Patrico.
I think he is a victim of small penis syndrome.
Coming at you.
Your point traffic update, that being brought to you by Ryan Kelly, thehomeloanexpert.com. As of right now, nothing to report, all good. Point forecast from Fox 2's Dave Murray today, partly cloudy. Could see some storms in the area. Around 85 for the high tonight. More clouds. Storms possible. Around 65 for the low this weekend. Tomorrow afternoon, we could see some bad storms. Near 90 for the high. Mid-60s for the low. Sunday, it's nice. 80 for the high, 60 for the low. Right now, 73 downtown at Union Station. Point traffic and weather sponsored by Hum by Verizon. Get answers before you have questions with vehicle diagnostics and more. Hum by Verizon is technology that connects you to your car. Learn more at hum.com.
All right, crap on celebrities next.
Thank you, brother.
1,300 midnight package savings on SR trim only. 2017 Sentra up to 2750 consists of 1750 cash back, 500 bonus cash, and 500 midnight package savings. Bonus cash available on lease and purchase. Must finance through NMAP and choose from new dealer stock. Call 1-888-858-8319 for offer details, sales data sources, and warranty information.
So, you were a little far from the curb on the parallel park. Oh. But not far enough to deduct points. You passed. Drive safely.
Thanks, sir. Yes, sir. Absolutely, sir. I won't let you down.
Tens of millions of songs, one for every moment. Amazon Music Unlimited. Start your 30-day free trial today. Automatically renews, cancel anytime.
Oh.
Now is the best time to increase your business's productivity and reduce costs. Because right now, you can get 100 meg Spectrum Business Internet for just $39.99 per month. That's over 15 times faster than 6 meg AT&T Uverse for less. Add Spectrum Business Voice and get unlimited long distance and advanced calling.
Uh-oh, we had ants in the new house.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I told this yesterday. We had, my wife was in there at the new place, and she calls me up. She's like, oh, man, there's ants coming in through the window.
Damn. That's not a good sign.
Well, I got, Amco Ranger. First call.
That is a
got
good
this
sign.
Amco Ranger. They come over. See, I could have gone to the store and got some, Raid and sprayed. I would have been kept spraying, forever. Because apparently there was a nest outside.
Oh.
And see, Amco Ranger,
You would have never known that.
I would have just kept spraying the ants that were in through the window. But there was a nest right outside the window. So Amco Ranger, they took care of it for me. The pros, call on the pros. Protect what matters. Amco Ranger, your family and your property. Mosquitoes, termites, spiders, bees, wasps, cockroaches, wildlife that's, in the attic. Call in Amco Ranger. Local family-owned business. Been around for 50 years. 8+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Their phone number is 636-441-BUGS. That's 636-441-BUGS. Schedule a free, no-obligation pest inspection. Learn more about what pests may be in or around your homes and find out how you can protect what matters with Amco Ranger. 636-441-BUGS. It's Amco Ranger. All right, welcome back. Time to find out what's going on in the world of music and entertainment with your Crap on Celebrities.
It's brought to you by Lena's Pizza, St. Louis's only frozen pizza made with 100% real Provel cheese. Question for you. This new DC's Wonder Woman that's coming out, they did a women-only screening at a place in Austin, Texas. Like, they shut it down, no penises allowed, only women allowed in the place. Would that upset you? By the way, it's sold out immediately.
No.
I don't know why they did this necessarily, but there are people
I guess
that
it's like a women empowering thing.
I guess, and they're already planning a second one. But there are people all over, of course, Facebook and Twitter, calling it reverse sexism.
Well, yeah, isn't Wonder Woman all about equality and she can hang with the boys?
I guess so. That would make sense. Yeah.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is like
So why would you want to segregate that?
I am strong woman. I'm a strong woman. Like.
Okay, so it's
I don't
all,
know. Maybe if they made it like it's a girls' night or girls hanging out type thing, but
like girls' night, yeah, something like that.
I don't know.
I mean, I'm not offended. I don't care.
What's great is they're getting a lot of trouble on, especially Twitter, and the theater just is having a lot of fun with it. Like one dude was like, "I'm gonna buy tickets for a bunch of," and he used very derogatory terms towards lesbians, like stereotypical thought of what a lesbian would be. And the theater was like, "Cool, thanks for buying them tickets, thanks for the money, appreciate it." And they have a second one planned, and that one's almost sold out as well.
Who cares?
I know.
I got better things to complain about.
Yeah, if I saw that, I'd be like, "Oh, okay," and then I would move
I have
on.
plenty of other things to complain about. Thank you very much.
Right. We've been talking a lot about these fidget spinners recently. How they were something way back in the day. Nobody really cared about them. Now all of a sudden they're super popular. Trying to find them. Kids love them. Right. You have how many in your house with kids?
4.
4 of them. 2 kids, 4 fidget spinners. Right. Apparently they're for adults as well, or at least adults are very curious to see if these toys can be used for other recreational purposes, if you know what I mean. And I don't mean soccer. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about.
No, he's talking about porn. I know this story.
Yeah, Pornhub just released statistics on popular searches for the site for the month of May. Turns out fidget spinners were the top trending search item or term. Sorry, they reported an astounding 2.5 million searches for fidget spinners in just a 10-day period.
Yeah. And you know what? Here's the thing: there is fidget spinner porn.
Yeah, give it 5 minutes and it happens.
No, there is.
No, I'm saying that's all you have to do is give it 5 minutes and right to the Googles.
It's up there.
Yeah. And here's the startling thing about it. Females 18 to 24 years old being the most likely to search that term. I guess that makes sense now that I said it out loud because you could use it for, alone time.
Use it for whatever.
If you will.
You could use it for whatever.
For whatever. As a bookmark, a paperweight, something like that. Linkin Park frontman Chester Bennington has to apologize. Recent comments about the band's fans. If you remember, they kind of went a little different direction musically recently.
Straight pop. I mean, it's complete
Straight pop song.
And a lot of the fans went on social media and said that they hated it and they want the old school Linkin Park back. And he went on to say, "Move the F on."
Yeah.
And a
He
lot
had a
of people
fit.
gave him, Chester, trouble about it, like Corey Taylor from Slipknot and Stone Sour, saying, come on, dude, these are your fans. So he did have to reverse himself and say that he apologized and he loves the fans and the positive vibes. And basically, he apologized.
Listen to some of the stuff that's on even that Hybrid Theory album. You'll listen to songs like In the End. While it's got a lot of like rock guitar in it, that's a pop song.
That crossed over. But listen, Chester didn't have to go off on his fans.
No.
I
No.
guess.
That's your bread and butter.
know.
That's your bread and butter.
Sure.
If I'm bringing up the singer Rockwell, who's one of the biggest one-hit wonders ever,
I know the tune.
It can't be for good if you don't remember the song.
This
I love
this
this
a huge
song.
hit. You know this, Casey?
I can't say that. Oh, yeah. Yep.
Is that with Michael Jackson?
I don't know. It could be because Rockwell is Barry Gordy's son.
Yeah. Did Michael Jackson sing on this? Or did he write it?
If I had just heard this song, I would think he had something to do with it 100%.
So this is Rockwell right here.
Yes.
But the chorus, though, the hook. What's Rockwell up to?
Well, Rockwell is up to beating women.
Okay.
Allegedly. He was arrested yesterday after a fight over, this is a big deal, over a sandwich.
What kind of sandwich?
A late sandwich, a sandwich that wasn't made in time. Apparently, he's got a housekeeper, and she was making him lunch, but she wasn't fast enough, so he hit her.
So that is Michael Jackson singing
It says that it features former Jackson 5 members Michael and Jermaine Jackson singing in the chorus.
So she called the cops after he hit her. Allegedly, they cuffed him and took him to the station. He was booked for misdemeanor battery, and he's still in custody, believe it or not. Wow. And again, this has to be proven, but supposedly he wanted a sandwich, wasn't made quick enough. So according to her, she got hit over it.
Crappy birthdays. Lauren Hill is 42. Lenny Kravitz, 53. Stevie Nicks, 69. Andre 3000 is 42. Eric Bischoff, he's the guy that took WCW to fame and actually beat Vince McMahon in the WWF. He is 62. Kirk Gibson, 60. John Fogerty, 72. And today's birthday of the day. He's an ex-mayor and became a political superstar after his leadership of New York during 9/11. Rudy Giuliani, 73 years young. Today's porno birthday, which is being brought to you by Patricia's, where fun and fantasy meet, is Bailey O'Dare. Today's birthday girl has been wrecked harder than Dale Earnhardt in 69 fine films, including Confessions of a MILF Nympho, Streetwalkers Volume 3, Ass Fensive, Breast Sellers Volume 5, and who can forget her unforgettable role in This Is Your Mom Having Sex in a porno movie. Bailey O'Dare, 43 years old. That's your porno birthday, crappy birthday, and that is your crap on celebrities.
Just real quick, movies out this weekend. You got the new Pirates of the Caribbean movie, Dead Men Tell No Tales. Critics on Rotten Tomatoes, 30%, audience 82%. And then the new Baywatch with The Rock and with Zac Efron. These reviews are
savage.
Both of those movies are getting torn up.
Critics 19%, audience 63%.
The only thing I saw The Rock say was something like, "Screw that, come out and people need to laugh."
I think
now.
they're already going to make a second one. Yeah. I think they came out and said that.
Yeah, this is a movie I'm going to see, not in the theaters, but I'm definitely going to see it.
So Pirates of the Caribbean and Baywatch in theaters this weekend. All right, we got to take our final break of the morning. If you would, fetch me the one they call Fandango. We got the real or fake results
sir.
After the break. 9:48 on this Friday. Here's Patrico.
Hey, if it isn't my old friend, you.
Coming at you.
Your point traffic update, that being brought to you by Ryan Kelly, thehomeloanexpert.com. Nothing to report, all good. Your point forecast from Fox 2's Dave Murray. Today, partly cloudy. Could see some storms around 85 for the high. Tonight, more clouds and possible storm in the area around 65 for the low. This weekend, tomorrow afternoon, some bad storms possible. Around 90 for the high, mid-60s for the low. Sunday, it's nice, 80 for the high and 60 for the low. Right now, it is 71 downtown at Union Station. Traffic and weather sponsored by Indeed.com. Are you hiring? Join the over 3 million businesses that use Indeed.com for hiring. Post your next job opening on the world's #1 job site, Indeed.com. Over at Trinary, the time is right now if you are looking to get a vehicle and save thousands of dollars on the deal maker or with the deal maker discount. Listen, I always talk about the deal makers. People say, what's a deal maker? Well, if you go anywhere else, they're a sales guy. It's going to be a sales guy who tries to make his quota, a sales guy that's trying to get money. Deal makers, I mean, they truly are giving up their own savings so you can get more savings on a vehicle to drive something you absolutely love. Now, when you walk into Jim Trinary Chevrolet, you're going to see those 2017 Silverados, the double cab, which is a 4-wheel drive LT, or the crew cab 4-wheel drive LT. That's just now $35,995, and this is unlike any truck that you've drove before, because I'm telling you, when you get behind the wheel, it feels like you're driving a luxury vehicle. All right, it feels like you are driving something that should be low to the ground, something that should be smooth because it's really fancy on the outside, and somebody should be your driver actually, but it's a truck. It's got all the functions of a truck, like the bed in the back, the 4-wheel drive, but it's also got the heated steering wheel, power everything, the CarPlay where it mirrors your phone. It's fantastic. And you can check out these cars right now at any of the 3 Missouri location. We're talking in O'Fallon on Highway 40 at K, in Union on Highway 47 at V, and in Troy on Highway 61. Visit them online, and the deal makers, they're going to help you out on new 2017s. JimTrinary.com is the website. Again, in O'Fallon, in Union, and in Troy, it's Jim Trinary Automotive Group. Find new roads.
All right, let me tell you about my insurance agent, Tracy Bibb at Allstate Insurance. I say my, but actually our insurance agent, Tracy Bibb. Everybody needs insurance. You want a good deal on that insurance, and this is why you should call Tracy. Great agent, biggest in the area. Accidents happen. You want to be prepared. You want to make sure you have the right coverage. But you owe it yourself and your wallet to shop around. Tracy may be able to save you maybe a couple $100 off your premiums every year. I don't know. You got to call her. You're not going to know until you call her. 314-352-4494. 314-352-4494. 1057thepoint.com/quote. Auto policies, homeowners insurance, renters policies, umbrella policies, motorcycles, boats, life insurance, both sides of the river, Missouri side and Illinois side. And she could also help you with your retirement needs. So let's say you left your job, you quit, you retired, you were laid off, whatever. Did you leave your money behind? Tracy's got you. You need to call her. Don't just leave your retirement sitting at the old job doing nothing. 314-352-4494. 1057thepoint.com/quote. Tracy Bibb, Allstate Insurance. Are you in good hands?
This is the Rizzuto Show on 1057 The Point.
All right, come on in, Niner.
9.
Hey, Donnie.
Sorry, man. That one still gets me every time.
Got you that way. Fellas, Donnie's here for one reason. Well, actually, two. He's on after us.
Right.
And it's time for the real or fake results.
Jugs and orbs and darts and gourds, Elmer Fuds and bouncing Buddhas, sweater stretchers, lung protectors, beach umbrellas, frost detectors, Scooby snacks and snake eyes dice, Jello molds and high beam lights. Every day I probably use 99 words for booze. Yeah.
All right, time for the real or fake results. 1057thepoint.com/cans. Sponsored by
Patricia's Where Fun and Fantasy Meet and by Country Rock Cabaret, where every Friday, including tonight, you stop in, you say Riz Show, you get in for free.
Absolutely free. Country Rock Cabaret and Sauget. All right, so the real or fake results, as they stand right now, it's Moon Man in the lead, your current king of cans with 12 points. He's going for his Fun Bank foursome.
Sure is.
4 boob sweeps in a row. Can you believe that? Casey.
I cannot believe that.
Who has proven to be
being
the
queen
worst.
of lockouts, I can't believe that.
During her tenure as an intern, she had, I believe, 11 lockouts?
Yes. And we have a picture of the 11th in my reaction.
It's incredible. I mean, you have to work hard to do that.
She makes me look good in this contest.
Something to be said for consistency.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Patrico, myself, and Jeff have 11 points, and Niner over there with 6 points. All right, 1 point for each correct answer, real or fake. Unless it's your lock, you lock, it's 2 points. If you're right, 0 points locked at. If you were wrong. So let's go 1, 2, 3 as far as the order goes. So we begin with photo number 1.
Photo
Patrico.
number 1, a lovely lady who is, we haven't decided. Is she laying on her back? Is she sitting in a car seat?
Don't know.
Regardless, she's got a tank top
seat?
on, like sitting in her in her seat of her car.
Jeez.
This lovely
Careful
lady.
there, buddy.
This lovely lady here, she forgot to put a bra on, and it's cold wherever she is as well. But as far as picks are concerned, Riz, real. Moon, real. Burton, real. Myself and Niner, fake.
All right. I'm real. Moon's real. Jeff's real. Patrico, 9, fake. Donnie Fandango, photo number 1, real or fake?
Man, listeners almost split down the middle. 55% when fake, listeners correct. They're fake.
Yeah! Woo!
Damn it.
Beautiful boobies.
Ooh, careful.
What?
Just the way you said it.
I guess it is a little creepy.
Okay.
All right, Patrico's got 12 points.
Coming from the guy who 30 seconds ago said, a little nippy.
Okay. Next. Photo number 2.
Photo number 2, another lady with a lovely large set of cans here. She's got a bra on. We are looking from kind of an over-the-top view down. Red lacy bra here. Everybody on these have gone real. This is Moon's lock, and he is on Lock Island.
Just locked it up. We're all real. Moon's lock of the week. This is big. Donnie Fandango, photo number 2, real or fake?
All right, guys, listeners, 74% went real. Listeners, they're right. They're real.
All right.
I'm kind of bummed out there, to be honest with you. I would have rather them have been fake, so Moon gets locked out.
Yeah, that's true. Which, by the way, Moon will not get the fun bag foursome since he missed
Oh,
boob
that's
number
right.
one.
That's out. You know, I really want Moon to lose this competition.
Why?
It's because the punishment is he has to wear the face of the winner on an article of clothing.
Sure.
And I just want to see him have to do that. I don't know why.
Him with like a Patrico shirt on, I think would be pretty
Hilarious.
I would love it.
Hilarious.
Well, Moon's got 14 points now. Patrico, 13 points. Myself and Jeff, 12 points. Niner, 8 points. All right, finally, photo number 3, Patrico.
Photo number 3, ladies and gentlemen, we got ham, bro.
We do.
Nothing much to say about this except
That
for
is a fact.
straight
That
up
is a
booby
fact.
mugshot. She is using both of her hands as said, bro. On these pics, everybody, or on this picture, everybody's pics is real. Myself, Riz, Burton, and Niner have locked it up.
All right, we've all locked. Everybody except for Moon Man, because he's already got his lock. All real. Photo number 3, Donnie Fandango.
All right, guys, listeners, 74% went real, and this time listeners correct again. They're real.
Yeah, baby, Coke King of Cans.
All right. So Patrico's got 15 points now. Moon's got 15 points. Myself and Jeff, 14 points. And Niner with 10 points.
Her sweep.
Look at you. Boob sweep for Niner.
Boob sweep for me, too.
Congratulations, man.
And a boob sweep for you.
Yeah.
Tied for the lead. Jeff, we got some work to do, pal.
You and me, buddy. Let's study some boobs over the weekend. One, two.
All right. All right, that is it for us. Donnie Fandango next. Niner, thank you very much.
Nine.
Excellent job this week. Blog and podcast, 1057thepoint.com/Riz. The artist formerly known as Six.
Thanks a lot, bitch.
That's for you.
Thank you,
Thank
Riz.
you.
Old school.
Patrico video of the day.
Video theme is a compilation video of Streaking Gone Wrong. You can check it out, 1057thepoint.com/boo.
That's R-I-Z-Z. All right, later on today, Patrico's at Four Hands Brewery for a Mojo Ticket Blast from 4 to 6. And then tomorrow, Patrico is at CarX Tire and Auto. That's in Shrewsbury for a Metallica Ticket Blast from noon to 2.
Both of those events every 15 minutes giving away tickets, so come say hey.
All right, we got to shout out our Team Riz member of the day one more time. It's Kelly Alongi. Am I saying that right?
Kelly, yes.
Alongi, yeah.
Alongi, yes. From Carterville. Our Team Riz member of the day, brought to you by Mattress Direct. She gets to pick our last song, and it's a song from this guy. Okay, we'll see you Tuesday. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.